Chapter 127. The thing you want is hidden in that mountain. Take your time to find it. Ha! What? This old man is leaving. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Thief Rat God turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. The experts of the royal family's dark team looked at each other, not knowing whether they should chase after him or not. The woman with a graceful and luxurious temperament held Chu Hen in her hand with one hand. The pair of bright eyes behind the mask looked at the thief rat god who disappeared into the horizon with a bit of seriousness. Then she lowered her head to look at Chu Hen beside her. Her solemn eyes couldn't help but ripple. In the afternoon, it was almost evening. The sunset clouds in the west were exceptionally gorgeous. The beautiful burning clouds dyed half the sky red. At the peak of a mountain, Chu Hen was lying on a rock. He was still unconscious, but his breathing was much steadier. His handsome face was slightly pale. Not far away, a graceful and beautiful figure stood quietly on the edge of a cliff. Her ink-like hair fluttered in the wind. Although she was wearing a mask, it couldn't hide her refined beauty. "Your Highness, the sacred star heavenly book has been found," an excited voice was heard. The silver-masked man led more than 20 experts of the royal family's dark team to the woman. The woman was holding a golden book that was surrounded by a soft light. After searching for nearly a day, he finally found it from the pile of rocks. The experts were all covered in dust. They looked as if they had just climbed out of a pile of dirt. The woman nodded and said calmly, "The mission is over." "But Your Highness—" The silver-masked man changed the topic. He looked at Chu Hen and said, "Don't you think it's strange that this person appeared here?" "What are you trying to say?" The woman replied calmly. "Your Highness, according to this subordinate's guess, this person must be in cahoots with Thief Rat God. Thief Rat God is stalling for time outside, so this person intends to memorize the copy of the sacred star, heavenly book. So the man's sharp eyes behind the mask flashed with killing intent. "I've already checked his storage ring. There's nothing suspicious. Your Highness, it's not necessary to use pen and paper to record things down. Some people are born with a photographic memory. Before we came here, Her Divine Majesty had already issued a clear order to kill anyone who has read the sacred star, heavenly tome. Kill without mercy. These 3 words were especially cold, as sharp as a bone-piercing knife. The woman's eyes softened, but her voice remained calm. "There's a restriction on the sacred star, heavenly book. He won't be able to open it with his strength. There are no absolutes in this world. Your Highness, please reconsider. I've already said that with his strength, he won't be able to read the contents of the heavenly book. How many times do you want me to repeat myself? Your Highness, please calm down." Sensing the coldness in the woman's tone, the silver-masked man immediately knelt on one knee. "Your Highness, I was only thinking of the bigger picture. I didn't mean to offend Your Highness. Please forgive me, Your Highness." The coldness in the woman's eyes eased. She said coldly, "Take the sacred star heavenly book back to the imperial capital. I'll take care of the matters here. If he really read the contents of the heavenly book, I'll kill him." "Yes, Your Highness." Seeing that the woman was angry, the silver-masked man didn't dare to continue angering her. He immediately left with the experts of the dark team. Screech! A loud and clear eagle cry resounded through the 9 heavens. 3 winged serpent eagles flew into the sky in a triangular formation. Not long after, they carried the experts of the royal family's dark team and disappeared into the void. The sun was setting, and the evening mountain breeze was slightly chilly. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Hen slowly opened his eyes. The pain transmitted from his body caused him to wrinkle his eyebrows. Where is this? After a moment of confusion, the memories from before he fainted rushed into his mind. Xia Qing. Chu Hen's gaze shifted to the gorgeous figure standing at the edge of the cliff, not far away. The latter turned around, raised his fair and slender right hand, and took off the mask on his face. In an instant, an elegant and refined face was exposed to the air. The exquisite face was so familiar, and the noble temperament was innate. "It's really you." A relaxed smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. Xia Qing, the woman who fought with the Beast King Ice Moon Demon Wolf in the Boneless Mountain Range. Later on, she accidentally met Chu Hen. Although the two of them had only been together for a few days, it could be said that they had gone through life and death together. Being able to meet an acquaintance here, Chu Hen couldn't help but feel an indescribable surprise. Xia Qing also smiled faintly. Her bright eyes were beautiful and moving. "What are you doing here? What are you doing here?" The same words came out of their mouths, almost at the same time. The two of them were stunned at first, but they couldn't help but smile at each other. "I'm here to catch the thief, Rat God," Xia Qing answered first. "The thief, Rat God." Chu Hen was slightly stunned. Then he raised his eyebrows and said, "That damn old man." Hearing this, Xia Qing couldn't help but frown slightly. Her expression also became solemn. "Do you know him?" "Only a ghost knows him. Bastard, he brought me here for no reason. I was almost killed by him. Then why did he bring you here?" Chu Hen was slightly shocked. How should he answer this? Now it seemed that the person who was chasing the old man was most likely Xia Qing. If that was the case, then wasn't Xia Qing someone sent by the Sacred Star Dynasty's royal family? If the other party knew that he was related to the Sacred Star Heavenly Book, what would the consequences be? "What's wrong?" Xia Qing saw that Chu Hen didn't speak, so she asked. "Nothing." Chu Hen shook his head, then replied somewhat helplessly, "That damned old man brought me here and told me to record the things in some golden book." "Then did you record it?" "No, that golden book couldn't be opened at all. Later, I sensed that there were experts fighting outside, so I didn't dare to stay any longer. As soon as I got out of the cave, the mountain behind me was flattened. Fortunately, I met you." Chu Hen's words were 70% true and 30% false. Although he trusted Xia Qing, he had to hide the fact that he had opened the Sacred Star Heavenly Book. After all, this matter was related to the Sacred Star Dynasty's royal family secret. Chu Hen had no choice but to do so. Xia Qing didn't say anything. She just looked at him quietly with her soft eyes. Chu Hen couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. He pretended to be calm and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I don't know." Xia Qing's answer made Chu Hen even more confused. "Don't know? What did that mean?" "If it was someone else, I believe that they wouldn't be able to open that golden book. But that person is you. I feel that something is not right." It had to be said that a woman's sixth sense was frighteningly accurate. Of course, Xia Qing's suspicion wasn't without reason. Back in the Boneless Mountain Range, Chu Hen was able to survive the two kinds of Beast King's power, the blood of the blood-hunting dragon and the Ice Moon Demon Wolf's spiritual origin liquid. This was enough to show that Chu Hen was extraordinary. To be honest, Xia Qing really thought that Chu Hen had opened the Sacred Star Heavenly Book. Chu Hen's gaze was a little unnatural. He hadn't known her for long. Why did he feel that he couldn't hide anything from her? "Forget it. Let's leave it at that," Xia Qing said. Chu Hen was stunned again. He asked tentatively, You wouldn't rather kill the wrong person than let him go?" "If I wanted to kill you, would you still be able to wake up?" Hearing that Xia Qing's tone carried a hint of joking, Chu Hen's heart that was hanging in the air finally calmed down. It seemed like his little life could be saved. "Whether you've read the Sacred Star Heavenly Book or not, you can't mention this to anyone," Xia Qing said seriously. "Sacred Star Heavenly Book? What's that?" Chu Hen asked with a puzzled face. Xia Qing couldn't help but find it funny. This guy really knew how to play dumb. Chu Hen also smiled. He then stood up from the ground and said, "Oh, right, you said that the old man was the rat thief god." Yes. Xia Qing nodded and opened her red lips. This person's cultivation is extremely strong, and he appears and disappears unpredictably. I heard that he had committed several robberies in the surrounding dynasties and countries, and all of them were earth-shattering crimes. This time, no one would have thought that the rat thief god would steal from the sacred Star dynasty's royal family. Xia Qing didn't continue speaking because she realized that the way Chu Hen looked at her was a little strange. "You're from the royal family?" Chu Hen asked. Xia Qing avoided Chu Hen's gaze and turned around. "Since you're fine, I don't have to stay here anymore." "Wait, what's wrong?" "When we were in the Boneless Mountains, you said that we would return to the capital together, but you left halfway. No matter what, you have to send me to St. Bell City this time. There are so many demonic beasts on the way. If I were to encounter any one of them, it would be my worst luck in 8 lifetimes, Chu Hen said. Xia Qing couldn't help but smile. "There's no need for me to send you off. Someone is already looking for you." "What?" Chu Hen was startled. Before he could understand, he heard the slight sound of wind breaking in the mountain forest in front of him. Looking from afar, there was a figure in the forest that was currently heading in his direction. Mentor Shilan. Even though they were quite a distance away, Chu Hen could still determine that the other party was Shilan from her long purple hair. "Will we meet again in the future?" Chu Hen looked at Xia Qing, who was beside him. The latter's clear eyes were filled with smiles. She shook her head gently and raised her eyebrows. "Maybe." Chapter 128. Mentor! Shilan, who had been moving through the forest, was suddenly called to a halt by this voice. She stopped in her tracks and raised her beautiful eyes, only to see a handsome youth waving at her from atop a large boulder amidst the ruins. Seeing that Chu Hen was fine, Shilan heaved a sigh of relief. She moved her feet, and her figure flashed to his side like a butterfly. "Mentor, how did you find this place?" Chu Hen laughed heartily. Seeing that Chu Hen's clothes were messy, covered in dust and blood, Shilan couldn't help but frown. "What happened? How did you get such serious injuries? I'm also puzzled. That stinky old man brought me here for no reason. In the end, I was chased by a large group of people, so he threw me here. Fortunately, I was lucky. I was almost killed by the shock waves created by their battle." Chu Hen answered gloomily. Shilan already knew that the people who rushed over were the royal family's dark elite team. She guessed that the old man who took Chu Hen away might have something to do with this matter. Now, it seemed that Chu Hen's injuries could be said to be a blessing in disguise. "Mentor, it's great that you're here. I was worried that I couldn't find my way back," Chu Hen said with a smile, pretending to be casual. Looking at the gentle smile on Chu Hen's face, Shilan felt a little dazed. This young man in front of her looked a little like Shi Chun when he smiled. But soon, Shilan returned to normal. Her beautiful eyes wandered, and she said softly, "It's getting late. Let's hurry back." "Okay." Chu Hen nodded. Before leaving, he deliberately looked back at the peak of a mountain in the area behind them. At the peak of the mountain, a graceful and luxurious-looking figure stood beside the cliff. She quietly watched Chu Hen and Shilan, who were gradually disappearing into the distance, as the corners of her small and exquisite mouth rose slightly. "Maybe we'll meet again soon." At night, the Tianqi Mountains were unusually rugged and difficult to walk, especially in the depths of the forest, where unknown dangers lurked everywhere. But with Shilan, the core mentor of Tensei Prefecture, by his side, Chu Hen wasn't worried that any danger could threaten him, as long as there wasn't a terrifying existence of the Beast King level. The two of them could handle it. Along the way, the two of them were silent. Even though there was communication, it was only Chu Hen speaking and Shilan replying. In the end, Chu Hen didn't know what to ask, so he could only give up. An entire night quietly passed. When Chu Hen and Shi Lan returned to St. Bell City, it was already the morning of the second day. Seeing that the two of them returned safely, the mentors and students of Tensei Prefecture heaved a deep sigh of relief. *CKU, I thought I wouldn't see you again. You made me cry the whole night. Mu Feng stepped forward and punched Chu Hen's chest. Chu Hen, who was injured, almost bled from the punch. *CK, be gentler. Chu Hen scolded. Mu Feng, stop fooling around. Haozi quickly stopped him and laughed. You cried the whole night? I didn't see a single tear, okay? Junior sister, Zhou Lu cried the whole night. What are you talking about? Rat who cried? Zhou Lu glared with her big red eyes and retorted with extreme dissatisfaction. Senior sister Zhou Lu, your eyes betrayed you, Li Hui added. Shut up, did I allow you to speak? As soon as he came back, everyone quarreled endlessly. Chu Hen unconsciously felt a headache coming on. However, seeing everyone's concerned expression, Chu Hen sincerely felt warmth in his heart. Junior brother Chu Hen, the Mammoth Martial House, and the Bright Moon Martial House also know what happened the night before. When we returned yesterday, Long Qingyang and Long Xuanchuang came by. They told me to inform them that you're safe when you return, Haozi said. Chu Hen nodded. I'll go in a bit. You're still injured. Just let little Li inform them, Zhou Lu said quickly. Why me again? You have a problem with that. Li Hui couldn't help but pout when he saw Zhou Lu glare at him, but he still nodded unwillingly. I'll go, all right. Mu Feng's beady eyes lit up. Little Li, you can go inform Long Qingyang. I'll inform Long Xuanchuang. You? Before he could finish his words, Mu Feng immediately disappeared with a so sound. The rest of the people broke out in a cold sweat, their foreheads full of black lines. Not far away, Shilan watched this scene with a faint smile in her eyes. At this time, Lei Zhen led a few local clansmen from St. Bell City over. Instructor Shilan, are you all right? Lei Zhen asked politely. Shilan nodded politely. Thank you for your concern, I'm fine. It's like this. Lei Zhen's gaze swept over all the instructors and students of the Heavenly Star Martial House. He then said, the teams from the other high-ranked martial houses have already arrived. The Patriarch has sent me to inform you that he would like to invite you to the meeting hall. The chief summoned me. As soon as Lei Zhen said this, the faces of everyone present couldn't help but surge with astonishment. Was St. Bell City finally going to inform them of their purpose? All right. Shilan didn't hesitate. Please lead the way. Under Lei Zhen's lead, Shilan followed him to the meeting hall of St. Bell City. The rest of the people began to wonder what would be waiting for them next. In less than a moment, Shilan arrived at an antique courtyard. Inside the courtyard was the most unique and luxurious building in the entire St. Bell City. Instructor Shilan, please come in. Under Lei Zhen's guidance, Shilan entered the meeting hall. As soon as she entered, Shilan discovered that there were several other instructors from the other academies in the hall. These instructors were all famous core instructors in the Imperial City. When everyone saw Shilan, they were equally surprised. One or two of them even had a hint of contempt in their eyes. So people from Tensei Prefecture also came here to join in the fun. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. From the instructor badge he wore, he belonged to the Thunder Martial House. However, his tone was full of sarcasm and exclusion. Instructor Chiu Tai, what do you mean by that? In terms of teaching ability, I'm afraid Instructor Shilan is miles ahead of you. Another middle-aged man with a calm aura seemed to be a little dissatisfied. Instructor Yushan, you don't have to stand up for her so quickly. I don't mean anything else, I'm just saying. Yushan was a core instructor of the giant Elephant Martial House, as well as Long Qingyang's direct instructor. Everyone knew that Yushan was a person who acted swiftly and decisively and was straightforward with his words. Of course, the main reason he spoke up for Shilan was because Shilan was the youngest among all the instructors present. To be honest, a 23-year-old girl was about the same age as the most senior disciples of the various academies. On top of that, Shilan's teaching ability was well known, so there were a few relatively older teachers who admired her quite a bit. It was not unusual for them to speak up for Shilan. However, Shilan's expression did not change in the slightest in response to everyone's different gazes. At this moment, her gaze was directly on the black-clothed woman sitting in the first seat on the left. The black-clothed woman was about 25 or 26 years old and was the youngest instructor in the group apart from Shilan. Her cold and elegant face was filled with indifference as she sat there quietly, playing with a jade flute between her fair and slender fingers. "Instructor Shilan, why are you looking at me like that?" An indifferent voice sounded from the black-clothed woman's mouth. She turned around and met Shilan's gaze, but there was a hint of coldness in her nonchalant eyes. The people around them were slightly stunned. Even Yushan from the giant elephant martial house had a solemn expression on his face. Han Lian was a core instructor of the Imperial Martial Academy. Whether it was her status, reputation, or teaching ability, she was definitely one of the best instructors in the entire Imperial City. Moreover, the most important thing was that she was also a high-grade inscription master. Not many people would dare to casually provoke a high-level pattern master. The power of a pattern master was reflected in her influence. It could be said that in the past few years, Imperial Martial Academy had firmly occupied the position of the head of the high-level martial houses, and the reason for this had a lot to do with instructor Honglian. Nothing. Shilan replied indifferently before she casually sat down on an empty seat by the side. "Humph." Hong Lian smiled indifferently as a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Anyone could see that there was some kind of grudge between Hong Lian and Shilan that no one knew about. Naturally, this kind of matter was up to them, and they were too lazy to find out about it. Soon after, a series of light footsteps came from outside the door. There was even the dull sound of a walking stick hitting the stone tiles on the floor. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Then, a staggering old man appeared in front of everyone. This was an old man with a haggard figure and a face full of wrinkles. His muddy eyes and emaciated figure gave others the feeling that he was a candle in the wind, a lamp that was about to run out of oil. Clan leader Lei Zhan and the people from St. Bell City knelt on one knee, showing their respect. Apart from Hong Lian, the other instructors from the martial house also stood up and cupped their fists together as a simple gesture. "Clan leader," the old man raised his hand and said, "there's no need to be so courteous. Please sit. At the same time, an invisible majestic pressure was released from his body. Chapter 129. You don't have to stand on ceremony. Please take a seat, sensing the aura emanating from the St. Bell City tribe chief. All the mentors in the Great Hall were secretly shocked. This old man who looked like he had 1 foot in the grave actually had an extremely high cultivation base. Even the Imperial Martial Academy's core mentor, Hong Lian, who was nonchalant earlier, had a hint of surprise on her face. Under everyone's gaze, the St. Bell City tribe leader staggered into the hall. Even a toddler who had just learned how to walk was faster than him. "I'm Lei Shi, the 5th-generation tribe leader of St. Bell City," the old man introduced himself. "May I know why tribe leader Lei Shi asked us to come here?" Li Gu, the mentor who led the team from Tifeng province, asked directly. The other mentors also had a puzzled look on their faces. Tribe leader Lei Shi nodded and raised his right hand slightly, gesturing for everyone to sit down. "Don't worry, everyone. I'll have to start from the origin of our St. Bell City to explain the ins and outs of this matter. I hope you don't mind me being long-winded." "Haha, tribe leader Lei Shi, you must be joking. We also want to know everything about this matter." Yu Shan, the core mentor of the giant Elephant Martial Palace, laughed heartily. "Thank you. Lei sure smiled, revealing 2 rows of missing teeth from his shriveled lips. The first founder of our St. Bell city was called Lei Huan. More than 200 years ago, ancestor Lei Huan grew tired of the conflicts and cruelty of the secular world. Therefore, he came to Stone Village, which only had a dozen families at that time. Initially, he only wanted to stay in Stone Village for a few days. I didn't expect Lei Huan to stay here for the rest of his life. The simplicity and passion of Stone Village's villagers attracted Lei Huan. Slowly, Lei Huan took root in Stone Village and married a girl with a pure heart. Then he produced his own descendants. Since Stone Village was connected to the Heaven Lake mountain range, the villagers' main source of livelihood was hunting low-level beasts and farming. Lei Huan was powerful. Under his leadership, the lives of Stone Village's villagers became richer day by day. After that, Lei Huan even incorporated the residents of the other villages and tribes and built St. Bell City together. When it came to the history of St. Bell City, Lei Shi's old face couldn't help but be moved. His murky old eyes shone brightly. Yu Shan, Li Gu, and the other instructors nodded silently. To be able to build a city in the Tianqi mountain range, a place where demonic beasts gathered, was indeed a talent. Under the leadership of clan leader Lei Huan, our lives have become more and more prosperous, Lei Shi continued. In order to avoid being attacked by demonic beasts, Lei Huan began to teach the younger generation of the village martial arts. Other than martial arts, there's also the art of runes. Oh, Patriarch Lei Huan is also a pattern artist? A martial house instructor asked subconsciously. Lei Shi grinned. His eyes were filled with respect. Clan leader Lei Huan is not only an inscription master, but he's also a spiritual inscription master. What? Spiritual tattooist? Boom! Everyone was shocked when they heard that. Even Han Lian, who had been unconcerned the entire time, could not help but frown slightly. Spiritual tattooist was the abbreviation of a spiritual level tattoo master. It was above a senior tattoo master, corresponding to Wu Xiao, who was in the void-piercing realm. Although the strength of a spiritual tattooist was equal to that of a void-piercing realm expert, their status was different. In many fields, such as setting up formations, refining elixirs, crafting weapons, and so on, the spiritual tattooist was the core leader. For example, the spiritual weapon that everyone yearned for could only be made by a crafting master at the level of a spiritual tattooist. The influence of a spiritual tattooist was absolutely terrifying. Even in the vast Saint Star dynasty, there was only one spiritual tattooist. This spiritual tattooist status was almost unparalleled. Even the royal family, who held the highest power, had to be polite to him. Now, the old man in front of them said that the first clan leader of St. Bell City was a spiritual tattooist. Everyone was shocked, but more than that, they found it hard to believe. I know that everyone here must have some doubts, but you should have heard that in the past few years there have been a few good spiritual tattooists from St. Bell City. Hearing this, everyone could not help but come to a realization. Indeed, in the past few decades, they had heard a lot of news about spiritual tattooists coming out of St. Bell City. However, most people just regarded it as a rumor and did not seriously investigate it. After all, St. Bell City was isolated from the outside world. In the eyes of the world, it was like a remote village. How could a spiritual tattooist be born in such a place? Now that they thought about it, those news were not all groundless. Clan leader Lei Shi, please continue. Yu Shan raised his hand slightly and said, although the clan leader Lei Huan teaches the younger generation to practice martial arts, his main purpose is to protect the tribe and have the ability to protect themselves when they encounter demonic beasts. Therefore, the clan leader Lei Huan has repeatedly warned everyone not to leave the tribe. Although the outside world is colorful, under the prosperous surface, there are piles of bones buried. The reason why Lei Huan settled down in Stone Village was that he was tired of the deception and cruelty of the outside world. Therefore, he naturally did not want his descendants to explore the outside world. However, the young and arrogant juniors could not suppress their yearning for the outside world. In the colorful world, the prosperity would never end. What could the wind and rain do to the people? Finally, when the clan leader Lei Huan passed away, the yearning that had been suppressed in their hearts completely exploded. Many young people who had learned martial arts and runes left the village one after another. Before they left, they all said that they would come back in the future. However, in reality, no one who left St. Bell's City came back. No one came back. Lei Shi muttered in a low voice. He repeated this sentence 3 times in a row. The old man looked a little lonely and sad. Lei Zhan and the others who were standing behind him also lowered their heads in silence. The mentors were also silent. They felt pity for St. Bell's City, but they also understood a little. This ancient city was indeed very different from the capital city. I don't blame them. Everyone has the right to choose their own life. Lei Shi sighed softly and continued. However, they left the tribe after they had mastered their skills. The older generation also returned to the earth one after another. As a result, the children of the younger generation were unable to receive complete guidance. The inheritance that the Lei Huan clan leader had painstakingly passed down slowly formed a gap. Originally, the martial arts and spiritual tattoos were passed down from generation to generation. However, as the young geniuses left one by one, the link in the middle was destroyed. More than 200 years had passed. Today, there were only a few inscription masters in St. Bell's City. Moreover, they were all self-taught, low-level inscription masters. Since they had to rely on themselves to explore and cultivate, they did not dare to casually teach the next generation without knowing what was right or wrong. After listening to Lei Shi's story, everyone finally understood what had happened. St. Bell's City had been glorious for 100 years. From its heyday to its current decline, it was really a pity. So, what is the purpose of asking us to come here, clan leader Lei Shi? Li Gu nodded slightly and asked, "The purpose of asking all of you here is very simple. I want to discuss a condition with all of you here." Oh, everyone had a surprised look on their faces. Before the Lei Huan clan leader passed away, he left behind a treasure. This treasure is called the Illusory Spirit Bell. The Illusory Spirit Bell contains an extremely shocking power. Whenever the Illusory Spirit Bell is activated, you can communicate with the spirit of the bell and obtain great power from it. If you're lucky, there's a small chance that you'll be able to open your Naiwan Palace and condense a Dao seed. What? After listening to Lei Huan's words, the instructors could no longer maintain their composure. Even Xilan, who had remained silent this entire time, couldn't help but feel a slight ripple in her eyes. Opening the Naiwan Palace and condensing a Dao seed. This was the entry level of an inscription master. If a high-ranked martial house managed to cultivate 2 or 3 inscription masters, it would definitely be a big event that would shake the entire Saint Star dynasty. Naturally, Lei Shi had also said that if you were lucky, there was a high chance that you would succeed. First of all, if you were lucky and the probability was extremely small, it was enough to show how difficult it was to become inscription master. To be honest, this old man doesn't believe that any of the students you brought this time can achieve that step. However, the illusionary spirit bell contains many martial arts and secret techniques passed down by our ancestors. I believe that these martial arts and secret techniques are extremely precious ancient books in the major martial houses. Lei Shi said calmly. The instructors could not help but look at each other. Everyone's curiosity was piqued. Yu Shan took a step forward and said, "May I know what clan leader wants us to offer in exchange?" It's very simple. As long as the various martial houses allow the younger generation of St. Bell's City to practice martial arts, the power of the illusory spirit bell will be shared with your students. Oh! The crowd was even more surprised. The younger generation of St. Bell's City wanted to enter the various high-ranked martial houses in the imperial capital? Wasn't this contradictory? Just now, He said that Lei Huan did not want his descendants to leave this place. Now, he took the initiative to propose to enter the high-ranked martial houses in the imperial capital. It really did not make sense. Lei sure saw the crowd's doubt and replied helplessly, "I'm doing this because I have no other choice. Previously, when those people left, St. Bell City has already lost its core strength. If this continues, St. Bell City will only become weaker and weaker. One day it will be destroyed." Chapter 130. After listening to Holy Bell City's patriarch Lei Shi's explanation, the instructors from the various martial houses finally understood the cause and effect of the matter. The first patriarch Lei Huan left behind a treasure called the illusionary spirit bell. This illusionary spirit bell contained quite a bit of power. Lei Shi used this power as a condition to allow the younger generation of his tribe to enter a high-ranked martial house in the capital to receive formal cultivation guidance. This was indeed a last resort. After all, if it continued like this, St. Bell City would one day be reduced to ordinary hunters. Although the Phantom Bell contained the power and inheritance left behind by Lei Huan, it was difficult to tap into the power it should have without the guidance of a professional. The role of a good teacher was to ensure that the younger generation would not take the wrong path. If they learned by themselves, they would have to explore by themselves, which would waste a lot of time and might even deviate from the right path. The instructors present were all core instructors of the high-ranked martial houses. The power of the core instructors was relatively broad, and they could make many decisions on behalf of the higher-ups of the martial houses. For example, recruiting additional students from outside. "May I know which martial house the younger generation of your clan wishes to enter?" Yu Shan of the Mammoth Martial House spoke, which meant that he was very interested in the so-called Phantom Bell. If his direct disciples could obtain the power of spiritual tattooist Lei Huan from the Phantom Bell, it would be beneficial to Yu Shan and even the entire Mammoth Martial House. Lei Shi's cloudy eyes swept over the nearly 10 instructors on both sides of the hall. This time he didn't invite all the high-ranked martial houses in the capital, but invited the teams from the academies that were practicing in the Sky Lake Mountain Range. Coincidentally, the Royal Martial House, the Imperial Wind House, the Rhino Martial House, the Bright Moon Martial House, and the Mammoth Martial House were all here. The only surprise was that the weakest one, the Heavenly Star Martial House, was also here. Of course, Lei Shi didn't have a specific standard for who was good and who was bad. His shriveled lips moved slightly, and he said, "I hope that all the high-ranked martial houses here can be the choice of our St. Bell City. The younger generation of our tribe can decide for themselves which martial house they want to go to." Hearing this, the other instructors couldn't help but shake their heads. Sure enough, the older the ginger, the spicier. In the past, it was the martial houses that chose the students, but now it was the students that chose the martial houses. Not only that, but they could also choose any of the 10 martial houses, including the 5 most famous academies. Each martial house had its own teaching characteristics. If St. Bell City distributed the younger generations to the various martial houses, it could be said that they had gathered the strengths of hundreds of schools. In fact, this wasn't a big deal for the martial houses. After all, which martial house didn't have tens of thousands of students? Even the lowest-ranked Heavenly Star Martial House had over 8,000 students. This was just adding more people to the original foundation. The only difference was that St. Bell City was exempted from the test. As for whether they could succeed or not, it all depended on the younger generation of St. Bell City themselves. "Are there any other additional conditions?" a faint female voice asked. Everyone's gaze subconsciously swept toward the instructor of Imperial Martial Academy, Hong Lian. From the very beginning, this woman had been nonchalant, as if it had nothing to do with her. But when she heard that the first clan leader, Lei Huan, was a spiritual tattooist, her cold and elegant face lit up. The additional condition is that if St. Bell City is in danger in the future, such as the attack of demonic beasts, the intrusion of bandits, and so on, we can't solve these kinds of problems. I hope that the academies can lend us a hand. Wow, After Leisure said this, all the instructors were stunned. The old man in front of them was really thick-skinned. This meant that all the Marshall houses would unconditionally become the support team of St. Bell City in the future. Humph! Don't you think this binding condition is too shameless? Hong Lien said coldly, not giving the other party any face. Leisure wasn't angry. A smile appeared on his wrinkled, old face. If we were the only ones asking for help, it would indeed be inappropriate. But we can promise you that when the illusionary spirit bell is opened in the future, your Marshall houses can send their students here. But there is a limit on the number of places. Everyone's expression softened a little. This old man had some conscience. What do all of you think? Leisure asked. All the instructors looked at each other, and Hong Lien of Imperial Martial Academy spoke first. All right, my Imperial Martial Academy agrees to this. Giant Elephant Martial House also agrees. Spirit Rhino Martial House also has no objection. Bright Moon School is also interested in the illusionary spirit bell. Tifeng Province agrees. Soon, all the instructors present, including Shilon of Tensei Prefecture, expressed their decision. After all, those who could become the core team of a high martial house were not ordinary people. Under the support of mutual benefits, everyone came to a conclusion. In this case, today's verbal agreement is effective. Tomorrow morning, I will personally open the illusionary spirit bell in the St. Bell Square. Everyone, please bring your students to attend the ceremony. Although a simple verbal agreement was the least guaranteed, Leisure wasn't worried that the high martial houses in the capital would violate the agreement. All the instructors exchanged a few words and left one after another. Not long after they walked out of the hall, a cold gaze fell on Shilan's back like a hidden arrow. Shilan's footsteps paused, and her beautiful eyes looked at Hong Lien not far behind her. You were lucky yesterday, but you won't be so lucky next time. A low but indifferent voice sounded, and Hong Lien's eyes were filled with coldness. Shilan clenched her jade-like hands, and a trace of coldness flashed across her beautiful face. What, you want to kill me? Hong Lien smiled faintly. If I wanted to kill you, would you still be alive? Shilan's calm tone did not change at all. But the person who almost died yesterday was you. It's just the power of a talisman array. Now that you're standing in front of me, I can take your life within 10 moves. Do you want to try? Hong Lien's expression turned frosty as she sensed the cold glint in Shilan's eyes. Although she was a high-level rune master, her martial arts cultivation was still slightly weaker than Shilan's. If Hong Lien had used her talisman array techniques, she might have been able to defeat Shilan. However, the two of them were standing face to face, and Shilan would not give her the time to set up a talisman array. This was the difference between Wu Xiao and a rune master. If there's a next time, I won't be soft-hearted anymore, Shilan warned coldly. Then she turned around and left. Hong Lien's expression grew even uglier, and her cold face seemed to be covered in a thick layer of frost. Humph, you won't be soft-hearted anymore, and I won't make the same mistake again. After Shilan returned, she told the tutors and students in Tensei Prefecture about what had happened. Naturally, it caused a commotion. They did not expect to gain so much from their trip to St. Bell City. Excited, everyone began to adjust their condition to prepare for the opening of the illusionary spirit bell the next day. Zhou Lu! Shilan suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Tutor? Where's Chu Hen? Chu Hen is resting in his room. Tutor's Mo has already checked him, and there's nothing wrong with him. Why are you looking for him? Nothing. You can go back to work. Okay. Zhou Lu looked at Shilan, who turned around and left. She felt a little strange. Tutor, Shilan had never asked about a student's situation like this before. Could it be that something happened between Chu Hen and Shilan outside? At this moment, Chu Hen, who had just finished adjusting his internal energy, had already changed into a clean set of clothes. Thinking about the things that happened in the past 2 days, It was really thrilling. It was better not to act recklessly in the future. Fortunately, he met Xia Qing this time. If he met someone else, there was almost no chance of him surviving. Because of this, Chu Hen was even more curious about Xia Qing's identity. There should be a chance to meet again in the future. Chu Hen muttered to himself softly. Then, with a thought, a storage ring with brown patterns appeared in Chu Hen's hand. This storage ring was the ring that he had taken from Blood Ghost's broken arm. I chased you for a night and almost died in your hands. This is compensation. Previously, Chu Hen had roughly checked that Butcher Hand Blood Ghost collection was not small. There were more than 1,000 upper-grade primordial crystal stones. 1,000 upper-grade primordial crystal stones were equivalent to 100,000 mid-grade primordial crystal stones. Thinking back to the Youth Academy in Burning Rain City, Chu Hen could only receive 2 or 3 mid-grade primordial crystal stones every month. 100,000 versus 2 was simply unimaginable. Indeed, one would never know how big the outside world was if one did not step out of the house. Now that he thought about it, he was nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well when he was in Burning Rain City. After a slight sigh, Chu Hen took out a large bottle and placed it on the table. The transparent glass bottle was clearly filled with dazzling red blood. When he touched the bottle with his fingers, a scorching heat spread from his fingertips. This should be the blood of the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros. Previously, according to Chu Hen's understanding, Butcher Hand Blood Ghost had captured Zhou Lu to serve as bait for the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros. The main reason was its beast blood. However, what was the purpose of Butcher Hand Blood Ghost collecting the blood of the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros? Chu Hen once again extended his consciousness into the storage ring to check. Soon, a dark red scroll appeared in Chu Hen's hand again. When the scroll entered his hand, a scorching heat spread. With some curiosity, Chu Hen slowly opened the scroll and saw the words Flaming Sun Body Tempering Technique written on the opening page. Flaming Sun Body Tempering Technique. Chu Hen was slightly stunned as he looked at the back of the scroll. Flaming Sun Body Tempering Technique. Upgradable Body Tempering Technique. Upon initial mastery, one will be surrounded by illusory flames, and one's physical body will be strong enough to resist blades. Upon mastery, one's defense will be extraordinary, and one's bones will be able to crack spiritual weapons. Crack spiritual weapons? As soon as these 4 words appeared, Chu Hen's eyelids twitched, and his heart shrank slightly. Until now, he had never heard of any body tempering technique that could resist spiritual weapons. Chapter 131. The Flaming Sun Body Tempering Art could strengthen one's body to the point of being able to resist swords and sabers. The strength of one's bones could even crack a spirit weapon. It was definitely a treasure. Chu Hen was overjoyed. He didn't expect the Butcher's Hand Bloody Ghost to have such a powerful body tempering art in his storage ring. Moreover, the Flaming Sun Body Tempering Art was a body tempering art that could be upgraded. A body tempering art that could be upgraded didn't have a specific level. It was neither a martial skill of the elemental opening realm nor a martial skill of the core transformation realm. The strength of this defensive martial skill would increase according to the cultivator's own strength. As for what level it could be upgraded to, there was no clear indication on it. Since it was a body tempering art that could be upgraded and evolved, it meant that Chu Hen, who was at the 6th stage of the elemental opening realm, could also cultivate this martial skill. Then, Chu Hen discovered that the blood of a fire-type demonic beast must be used to cultivate the Flaming Sun Body Tempering Art. Moreover, it must be the blood of a fire-type spirit beast that was comparable to the human Wuxiu, who was at the core transformation realm. Only by smearing the blood of the spirit beast all over the body and using the power of the fire in the blood to strengthen the tendons and bones could one cultivate this martial skill. No wonder the bloody ghost wanted to collect the blood of the divine fire sword-toothed rhinoceros. So that's why Chu Hen came to a sudden realization. Thinking about it, Shui Gui had really put in a lot of effort to cultivate this flaming sun body refinement art. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame the other party for being muddle-headed and underestimating Chu Hen's strength. In the end, he even lost his life. This time, all of the items had benefited Chu Hen. Ha ha! This trip to the Tianqi mountain range is really worth it. When I return to Tensei Prefecture, I'll start studying and cultivating this martial skill. Chu Hen didn't rush to study the content on it. After all, it wasn't a suitable time to cultivate in the current environment and situation. Immediately, Chu Hen put the scroll and the beast blood back into the storage ring. Then he returned to his bed and activated the true core force in his body to enter a state of cultivation. Vigorous energy began to flow through Chu Hen's meridians. At the same time, the power of the sacred body of the demonic eye and the chaotic body constantly swam through Chu Hen's meridians. Shortly after, Chu Hen felt warm inside his body as if he was running in a hot spring. Then, with a thought from Chu Hen, a clear and translucent high-grade primordial crystal stone appeared in his right palm. The surging spiritual energy flowed into Chu Hen's body like a river. The spiritual power contained in high-grade primordial crystal stones was really not comparable to that of middle-grade primordial crystal stones. The difference between the two was nearly 100 times. Immediately, Chu Hen couldn't help but speed up the absorption of spiritual energy. Now, Chu Hen could be said to be someone who didn't lack money. More than 1,000 high-grade primordial crystal stones. Even if he consumed one a day, it would be enough for him to use for 3 years. Moreover, one high-grade primordial crystal stone could not be used for a day. Buzz! Soon, Chu Hen was enveloped in a thick layer of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy, faintly like a golden mist, lingered outside Chu Hen's body and constantly flowed into his body. Suddenly, a strange wave of power was immediately captured by Chu Hen. What was certain was that this power was particularly strange and had never appeared before. The source of the power wave was impressively the palm of Chu Hen's left hand. That is, Chu Hen was slightly startled. He used his divine sense to feel the source of the power. In the next moment, Chu Hen immediately sensed 7 strange light spots. In the hazy and dark blurry world, the 7 light spots were arranged in the shape of a bucket. They were as bright as the most dazzling stars in the night sky. Chu Hen was stunned again. Weren't these the 7 light spots that were imprinted on his palm when he opened the sacred star, heavenly book? Then wouldn't it have disappeared? Why did they appear again? Very quickly, Chu Hen came to a realization. The 7 dots of light did not disappear. Instead, they fused into his body. What was the so-called biggest secret of the sacred star dynasty? Then, Chu Hen could vaguely sense that the 7 star spots seemed to contain a strange power. After a short hesitation, Chu Hen used his spiritual energy to integrate into the 7 star spots. His perception seemed to have touched an invisible wall and could not probe into it. Immediately, Chu Hen mobilized a trace of the demon eye's power to probe. Buzz! In an instant, when they received the power of the sacred body's bloodline boundary, the 7 star spots suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. 7 star spots quickly appeared on Chu Hen's left palm. At the same time, an extremely violent and overbearing power suddenly rose in Chu Hen's body. Hua! A circle of condensed and vigorous air waves was released from Chu Hen's body, and the whole bed was shaking uneasily. Chu Hen opened his eyes and tried to control the power released by the 7 star spots. The restless silver light gathered in Chu Hen's palm, and it looked like the condensed essence of the starlight. The 7 star spots on his palm flickered like the stars in the night sky. No, I can't control it anymore. Chu Hen was shocked. He raised his palm, and the uncontrollable power in his palm suddenly turned into a silver light beam and hit the stone table in front of him. Bang! A heavy vibrating sound exploded in Chu Hen's room. Under his shocked gaze, the table that was made of rock was instantly smashed into powder and dregs. The scattered air waves swept in all directions, and the whole house was shaking. F***CK, what's going on? Who has so much time to demolish a house? Mu Fang's voice came from outside the door. What happened? I don't know. It seems to be coming from junior brother Chu Hen's room. Many students from Tensei Prefecture were alarmed. They ran out of their rooms and looked at each other. Junior brother Chu Hen, what's wrong? Haozi knocked on the door and asked. Chu Hen, who was stunned for a moment, quickly replied, Oh, I'm fine. I accidentally overturned the table. Accidentally overturned the table? Are you kidding a fool? Overturning a table can cause such a big commotion? Mu Feng, who was outside the door, could not help but squint. He was shocked to find that there were actually small cracks on the wall. What the hell is this guy doing? Mu Feng was shocked. Fortunately, the houses in St. Bell City were sturdy. If it was an ordinary building, it would have collapsed. Of course, in order not to bring more trouble to Chu Hen, Mu Feng did not tell him what he had found. It's okay. I guess that guy didn't sleep well and fell off the bed. Let's go. Mu Feng waved his hand to disperse the crowd. The crowd did not think any further and turned to leave. Hearing the sound of the people outside retreating, Chu Hen let out a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, Chu Hen's entire left arm was trembling. He looked at the stone table that had been smashed into powder in front of him and was filled with shock. This force was simply terrifying. I'm afraid that the destructive power of the light beam is almost close to the power of a core transformation realm expert. Chu Hen even suspected that he was the one who caused the light beam. The biggest secret of the Saint Star dynasty? Chu Hen let out a deep breath. He lowered his head to look at the gradually dimming and faintly disappearing 7 stars on his palm. His deep eyes were filled with seriousness. This matter must not be leaked to anyone. Although the force just now was powerful, it was not something that Chu Hen could control at this moment. Chu Hen only felt that his entire left arm was weak and he could not use any strength at all. Looks like I have to be more careful in the future. Chu Hen murmured softly. Then he raised his handsome eyebrows and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Once he mastered this strange power, it would definitely be his trump card in the future. Thinking of this, Chu Hen could not help but be grateful to Xiaqing. Logically speaking, anyone who tried to pry into the Saint Star dynasty's biggest secret would undoubtedly die. Xiaqing knew that Chu Hen might have read the Saint Star heavenly book, but she still let him go. This made Chu Hen feel extremely touched. Immediately, Chu Hen calmed his emotions and once again immersed himself in cultivation. This time he was purely absorbing the spiritual power of the primordial crystal stone to cultivate. As for the secret of the 7 stars, it would not be too late to study it after his cultivation had improved. The sun and moon rotated, and the sky of St. Bell City was already dotted with billions of stars. In the beautiful night sky, a meteor streaked across from time to time. Sometimes, life was like the meteor in the night sky, short and hasty, burning one's entire life just for a moment of brilliance. Phew! Chu Hen, who had been cultivating until midnight, slowly opened his eyes. Dense spiritual power filled his body. His foundation of the 6th level of element opening realm had become much more stable. The high-grade primordial crystal stone in his palm was still shining brightly. After almost half a day, he had only absorbed about 1/10 of the energy inside. Although it was only 1/10, it was equivalent to the total energy contained in 10 mid-grade primordial crystal stones. Compared to the 2 mid-grade primordial crystal stones that Chu Hen used in the past, this was not a small change. The further he went, the more primordial crystal stones he would need as his cultivation increased. At that time, it would not be strange for him to use up 1 or 2 high-grade primordial crystal stones a day. Of course, Chu Hen did not have to worry about this now. After being cooped up in his room for the whole day, Chu Hen wanted to take a walk outside. He got off his bed and casually opened the door. The tranquility of the night and the cool air of the night blew into his face. The stars in the sky were beautiful and moving, and the chirping of insects echoed in the silent night. Such a scene attracted Chu Hen, and he could not help but take a step out. Tomorrow, the illusionary spirit bell of St. Bell City would be activated. Almost everyone had gone to bed early to recuperate and prepare for tomorrow. However, at this moment, a black shadow quietly appeared in Chu Hen's line of sight. He slowly walked forward and saw that the person was squatting on the ground with a small and exquisite mouse in his hand. The mouse was not even the size of a fist, and its gray and white fur was very cute. However, in reality, this was a golden gnawing mouse. Its sharp teeth could easily bite through an adult's throat. Chapter 132. Senior Brother Hausi? Chu Hen called out to the black figure in front of him in surprise. The person was stunned at first, then turned around with an awkward expression. Chu Hen, Junior Brother Chu Hen, it's so late. Why haven't you slept yet? I came out for a walk. What about you? What are you doing here, so late at night? Chu Hen smiled and walked forward. Hausi first put his hand flat on the ground. Then the little golden, gnawing mouse jumped to the ground, turned around, and disappeared into the night. Hausi stood up and shook his head. I can't sleep. What's on your mind? Chu Hen could vaguely see the loneliness and frustration in the other's eyes. No, nothing. You and I don't need to hide anything. You can tell me what's on your mind. Is it because you don't have enough primal crystal stones for cultivation? Enough, enough. Hausi quickly waved his hand. That day when you threw away Wei Qingfan's 200 high-grade primal crystal stones, I and Mu Feng picked up a lot of them. Then why can't you sleep? Hausi sighed helplessly and said with a bitter smile, It's really nothing big. I just feel that I'm too stupid. With so many primal crystal stones and the blood origin fruit you gave me, Mu Feng and Little Li can break through, but I'm still in the same place. This matter can't be rushed. Maybe in a few days the opportunity to break through will come. Chu Hen comforted. AI, Junior Brother Chu Hen, you don't need to comfort me. I know my own ability. Even when I entered the Bright Moon Academy, it took me 2 years more than others. Previously, I thought that I would be happy if I became good friends with you guys. But now I feel more and more useless. You guys are getting stronger and stronger, but I'm still so weak. Hausi's face was filled with loneliness. Ever since he and Mu Feng had almost lost their lives to those people from Imperial Martial Academy, Hausi had thought a lot about it. He had lost his confidence in himself. Don't give up on yourself so soon. Chu Hen patted him on the shoulder and said encouragingly with hesitation in his eyes, When we return this time, I'll see which teacher is suitable to teach you. I'm so stupid. There's probably nothing I can teach you. Suddenly, a strange and sneaky laughter followed. Indeed, they can't teach you. But it's not because you're stupid. It's because they're incompetent. Who is it? Chu Hen and Hausi were both shocked. Swoosh! A strong wave of air attacked them, and a white-haired old man suddenly appeared on a stone block in front of them. The old man's peanut-sized eyes flashed with a sneaky luster. Damn, it's you, old fart. Chu Hen couldn't help but curse and subconsciously took a step forward, signaling Hausi to back off. What are you talking about? Damn brat, do you have any manners? Don't you know how to respect the elderly? The old man immediately jumped up and scolded with his eyes wide open. Chu Hen also had a look of anger. Do you know that you almost tricked me to death? Aren't you still alive? The old man said with a sneaky smile. The person who came was none other than the mysterious expert who took Chu Hen away and asked him to copy the sacred star heavenly book, thief, rat god. Chu Hen didn't expect this old man to have the face to come. Old senior, what did you just say? Housie looked at thief, rat god in surprise. He didn't know why, but the old man in front of him gave him a very close and warm feeling. This feeling of closeness seemed to originate from his bones and blood. Not bad, not bad. Thief, rat god looked at Housie with satisfaction. Little guy, don't you think we look alike? Alike? On the side, Chu Hen's heart skipped a beat. Upon closer inspection, thief, rat godly, and rat thief, rat did indeed look somewhat similar, especially that pair of peanut-like rat eyes. It was as if they were carved from the same mold. Old man, is Housie your illegitimate child? No, he is the son of an illegitimate child. Bah! Thief Rat God was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at him. Don't you think I'm the one who sowed the seed? That's hard to say. Who knows where you were when you were young? Humph! Thief Rat God snorted and then said to Housie, Little guy, none of those good-for-nothings in the imperial capital can teach you. Why? Housie asked. Because the boundary of your blood is different from ordinary people. Do you know what the boundary of our blood is? Of course, this old man can smell the rat scent in your bones from afar. Ha, this is really fate. This old man was worried that he wouldn't be able to find a successor in his lifetime. I didn't expect that the little girl from the imperial family would chase me here and let me pick up a successor. Not bad, not bad, Thief Rat God's words made Housie somewhat puzzled, but Chu Hen heard it very clearly. His eyes narrowed and he coldly said, Thief Rat Senior, please don't fool people here. Fool? What do you mean fool? Isn't it? What are you trying to do? Chu Hen had been fooled once before. Now he almost didn't believe Thief Rat God's words. Humph, brat, you dare to doubt me. It seems that if this old man doesn't show you some evidence, I won't be convinced. Buzz! Before his voice died away, there was a slight fluctuation in the air. Along with a burst of bright golden light, the shadow of a rat suddenly appeared in front of Thief Rat God. This rat had shiny golden fur and looked like a weasel. Its two incisors were as sharp as a guillotine. It didn't give off the feeling of being weak and lowly like ordinary rats. Instead, it gave off a domineering aura. This is... As soon as he saw this rat shadow, Housie's eyes suddenly widened, and he became somewhat incoherent. Hee, what do you think? Thief Rat God said with a sneaky smile. Housie clenched his fists and released an obscure aura. In front of him, there was also a faint shadow of a weasel. Chu Hen's pupils shrank. The weasel shadow that Housie had condensed was almost exactly the same as Thief Rat God's. However, the aura that the two emitted was simply like heaven and earth. What do you think? Do you believe me now? Thief Rat God withdrew his true yuan, and the shadow in front of him disappeared. He looked at the stunned Housie with great interest and said, Little guy, do you know what bloodline limit this is? A rat. Housie replied, What rat? This is the heavenly stealing rat bloodline limit. It's a Xian body, do you understand? You're a mother * king genius. Do you think those high-ranked martial house trash are qualified to teach you? Thief Rat God's tone was slightly agitated. When Chu Hen and Housie heard this, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their hearts were in turmoil. Xian body? Housie was so shocked that he stuttered. His small eyes were opened so wide that they almost popped out of their sockets. Xian body? What did this mean? Above the battle body and below the sacred body. In this huge sacred star dynasty, those who possessed the mystic body bloodline limit were all famous figures. The birth of a Xian body was bound to attract the attention of the whole dynasty. Innate Xian body, heavenly stealing rat bloodline limit. Chu Hen, who had calmed down, pondered over the truth of this matter. Experts at the level of Thief Rat God and Thief God had the ability to sense the boundaries of their bloodline. Judging from the shadows condensed from both sides, it was very likely that they had the same bloodline limit. Moreover, Thief Rat God didn't know Housie before. This should be the first time they met. These series of reasons proved that Thief Rat God wasn't lying. But even so, Chu Hen was still worried about what was going to happen next. "Little guy, come with me," Thief Rat God said. Chu Hen clenched his fists and quickly said, "Thief Rat Senior, what do you want to do?" "Ha ha! This old man heard everything you said just now very clearly. I already said that the heavenly stealing rat bloodline limit is a strange Xian body. Ordinary people can't discover the power of the Xian body. If he continues to stay in that school, the power of his bloodline will be destroyed sooner or later. The only person who can help him is me." Thief Rat Godly Thief's voice paused. He looked at Rat Godly Thief with a serious expression. "Of course, this old man is getting old. I've thought of finding someone to inherit my mantle. You, who also have the heavenly stealing rat bloodline, are the most suitable. Besides me, no one knows how to teach you how to use the power of your bloodline." The other party's words immediately caused Rat to sink into contemplation. Chu Hen looked at Thief Rat God. His clear eyes gradually became deep and sharp. At the same time, a faint purple luster surged in the depths of his pupils. Buzz! In the next moment, Thief Rat God frowned. He felt an invisible force probing his heart. "Kid, you're also a hidden master. Thief Rat Senior, don't be angry." Chu Hen then withdrew the power of his demon eyes and said, "I already believe what Senior has said, but I sincerely ask Senior to follow Senior Housie's decision." Stealing Rat God narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Hen with a deeper meaning in his eyes. Just now he felt as if he was seen through. He had never felt such a feeling before, and the one standing in front of him was a young man who was still wet behind the ears. This really surprised the Thief Rat Godly Thief. "It seems that there are some good talents in the Sacred Star dynasty. Senior, you flatter me. I only use some insignificant skills. It's not very elegant." "Humph!" Stealing Rat Godly snorted, and immediately said to Rat, "Little guy, you should think about it first." Then his voice paused, and he extended his hand towards Chu Hen and opened his palm. Chapter 133. Give me what I want. The Rat Thief Godly Thief let Housie think for himself, but he stretched out his right hand towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen was startled. Then he pretended not to know and asked, "What is it?" "Hey, brat, you're still pretending. What are you talking about? I worked hard to stall that little girl outside. Don't tell me you didn't copy anything. You still have the nerve to say that." Chu Hen was angry at the mention of this old man. This old man made him copy the imperial family's most confidential ancient book, Sacred Star Heavenly Book, and also provoked a large group of imperial experts to chase after him. He simply didn't care about Chu Hen's safety. The most hateful thing was that at that time, Chu Hen was almost killed by the aftermath of the Heavenly Thunder attraction, but this old man didn't save him. If the person he met was not Xia Qing, at this time, Chu Hen would have gone to accompany the yellow soil. Hee, why are you embarrassed to say it? Otherwise, what do you think I came here for? The Rat Thief Godly Thief said with a sneaky smile. Chu Hen sighed and shook his head. He had to admit that this old man's face was thick to the point of shamelessness. Immediately, Chu Hen pretended to helplessly ask the rat thief, "Do you think that if I get that thing, those people will let me come back?" The Rat Thief Godly Thief was startled. This was also true. If Chu Hen really copied the Sacred Star Heavenly Book with the style of the Imperial Family's secret team, they would most likely not let him come back alive. The Rat Thief Godly Thief rolled his small eyes and said with a strange smile, "Hee, that's not necessarily true. I saw that little girl save you with my own eyes. You know her, right? Since she saved you, she won't kill you. Little guy, If you have already got the contents inside, then give it to me. I said that I will give you a spirit tool as a reward. I also want a spirit tool. Chu Hen sighed with extreme helplessness. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself, old senior. Blame me for what? Don't you know that there are restrictions on that thing? I've been working on it for a long time, but I still haven't opened it, let alone seen what's inside. Oh my God! Thief Rat God couldn't help but slap his thigh. I actually forgot about this. How stupid. Foolish. Looking at the regretful expression of the rat thief, Chu Hen felt refreshed in his heart. The thief, rat, godly thief, didn't doubt Chu Hen's words. This kind of thing could be figured out even with one's toes. After all, how could there be no restrictions on the things of the royal family? Ever since the rat thief godly stole the sacred star, heavenly book, he had been chased by the imperial family's dark team. As a result, he didn't have time to read the contents of the book and forgot about the restriction. There is a flaw in every detail. It was truly an oversight. In that case, he really had no fate with the sacred star, heavenly book. Sigh. What a waste of time. Thief, rat, godly shook his head and sighed. I say, senior, you captured me for no reason and almost took my life. Even if you don't have any merit, you should at least give me some credit, right? Don't you want to compensate me? Chu Hen unceremoniously stretched out his hand to ask for something. Go away. You didn't get what you wanted, and you still want a reward. Damn, you old man, aren't you too stingy? You were the one who tricked me first, okay? The most hateful thing is that you didn't help me. Don't you feel even a little bit guilty? Chu Hen changed the topic and said to Housie, Senior Brother Housie, I don't think you should think about it anymore. This senior is not a good person, and if you follow him, you might be tricked one day. You. Hearing this, Thief Rat Godly couldn't help but jump 3 feet high, and quickly said, Forget it. I'm afraid of you. I'll compensate you with this. Go play with the mud. Don't bother me. Saying this, Thief Rat Godly threw a gray cloth bag to Chu Hen. Ta. Chu Hen caught it and opened it curiously. Inside the cloth bag were dozens of exquisitely crafted jade pieces, and each jade piece was engraved with exquisite and mysterious runes. Spirit Fall Talisman. Chu Hen's eyes lit up. Humph, Spirit Fall Talisman? What kind of low-grade stuff is that? Thief Rat Godly said with disdain. Huh, not Spirit Fall Talisman. Kid, open your eyes wide and look carefully. These are the Fire Spirit Talisman, Heavenly Thunder Talisman, and Violent Ice Talisman, refined by a high-level inscription master. What kind of trash are these Spirit Fall Talismans? Can they compare to my talismans? Fire Spirit Talisman, Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Violent Ice Talisman? Hearing these names, Chu Hen's eyes couldn't help but light up. The power of these talismans was used to deal with core transformation realm experts, and for Chu Hen, it was a life-saving talisman. But for Thief Rat Godly, who was at the void-piercing realm, the level of these talismans was relatively low, and he basically had no use for them. Therefore, giving them to Chu Hen was the most suitable. Looking at Chu Hen's shining eyes, Thief Rat Godly snorted proudly. Look at you, this old man can give these things to you as a firecracker to play with. Needless to say, these words were obviously meant for Housie. Chu Hen curled his lips and casually said, Old senior, these talismans of yours won't explode and hurt you when you use them, right? Damn it, are you done or not? If you don't want them, return them to me. Hee, I'm just joking. How could Chu Hen not want these treasures? He immediately stored them in his storage ring without hesitation. Last time, when Ren Wei compensated him with a Spirit Fall Talisman, he had deliberately tampered with it, which led to the subsequent events. The things that Thief Rat Godly gave to Chu Hen naturally would not have those problems. Little guy, have you thought about it? Thief Rat Godly turned his gaze to Housie, his small eyes filled with anticipation. Housie let out a deep breath. He first looked at Chu Hen and then said in a decisive tone, "Where will we go in the future?" "The 4 seas are my home. I will steal wherever I go, hee." Chu Hen's eyes couldn't help but twitch. This really lived up to the title of thief, rat, godly. A smile appeared on Halsey's face. He no longer hesitated and resolutely nodded. "I'll go with you." Although Chu Hen had already guessed Halsey's decision, when he heard it from the other's mouth, he still felt some unusual emotions. "Junior brother Chu Hen, although you are my junior brother, you have been taking care of me these days. I am really grateful to you. You are my first true friend in the imperial capital." Halsey looked at Chu Hen seriously, his right hand clenched into a fist. "One day I will definitely come back to find you. Please help me apologize to Mu Feng, Little Li, and Zhou Lu. I can't say goodbye to them in person." Chu Hen's expression gradually relaxed. No matter what decision the other party made, as a friend, he would only support and feel happy for the other party. To be able to catch the eye of an expert like thief, rat, godly, it could be said that it was a great opportunity that could only be found by chance. This could be regarded as a blessing for Halsey. "Hee, kid, the next time we meet, I guarantee that this little rat will be able to hang you up and beat you." Thief, rat, godly proudly said to Chu Hen. "If that's the case, then I will also be happy for senior brother Halsey, haha." "Humph, don't doubt me. Let me tell you, with the 4 words heavenly rat shen body, in a few years it will be enough to surpass you." Chu Hen smiled and did not argue with the other party on this matter. There was no reason for Chu Hen not to be happy that Halsey could become stronger. "Little rat, let's go." Thief, rat, godly said and turned to leave. "Junior brother Chu Hen, take care of yourself, and be careful of Wei Qing Fan." Halsey said, "I will. Take care of yourself. In the future, we will definitely drink and chat merrily." "Definitely. Goodbye. Take care." In the end, Halsey still left. Good people will be rewarded. This may be the good karma given to him by God. The limit of the Shen body bloodline was enough to create a huge physique in the Sacred Star dynasty. When he turned from a mediocre person to a genius, he even met a talent scout who could recognize a fine horse. Looking at the two gradually disappearing into the night, Chu Hen's mouth showed a smile of blessing. "Senior brother Halsey, take care." Chu Hen was very looking forward to the next time they met. Halsey would no longer be an ordinary Halsey, but a real sky-stealing rat. The next morning, the gentle sunshine bathed the entire St. Bell city in a gorgeous, holy light. A new day began in the morning with abundant, spiritual energy. What did you say? The rat left? Where did he go? Mu Feng, Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and the others all looked at Chu Hen in surprise. This kind of thing happened too suddenly. Everyone simply could not believe it. Chu Hen smiled. Senior brother Halsey met an expert senior, who took him as a disciple and took him away. Damn, what is going on? Where did this expert come from? Is he reliable? Could the rat have been tricked? No, that expert is a top expert of the void-piercing realm. Furthermore, he didn't force Rat to leave. He left voluntarily with someone else. Chu Hen simply explained a few words. Everyone was surprised and suspicious. A void-piercing realm expert, that was really an extraordinary expert. After marveling at the change of events, they could not help but feel sad for Halsey's sudden departure, especially the female Zhou Lu, whose eyes were slightly misty. Subsequently, Chu Hen briefly explained the matter to mentor Zhuo. Zhuo was just a little surprised, but he did not dwell on this matter for too long. After all, with Halsey's ordinary talent for Tensei Prefecture, it was only one student less. Everyone gather. After Shilan came out of the room, Zhuo began to gather all the students together. Today was the opening ceremony of St. Bell City's illusionary bell. As a condition of the previous deal, all the students who came here were qualified to participate in the ceremony. Chapter 134. Holy Bell Square. 5 towers towered in the center of the square. exuding a majestic aura like pillars supporting the heavens. These 5 towers were arranged in 5 directions: north, south, east, west, and center. The 4 towers in the east, south, west, and north were the subsidiary towers, each less than 100 meters high. The main tower in the center was the most majestic, more than 100 meters high. At the top of the tower was a giant bell. The bell was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, with a width of 3 to 5 meters and a height of about 10 meters. Mottled green and rust stains covered the surface of the giant bell. An ancient and desolate aura was constantly being emitted from the giant bell. After 100 years of wind and rain, the corrosion of time had caused the giant bell to lose its former glory. At this moment, the Holy Bell Square was already filled with people. In addition to the people from the Holy Bell City tribe, there were also young students from the Imperial Martial House, Lingxi Martial House, Mammoth Martial House, Hayua Martial House, and so on. The crowd was divided into different areas according to the positions of their respective schools. The grand scene exuded vitality and vitality. The members of the various teams surrounded a vast platform in the center of the square, which faced the 5 majestic bell towers. Everyone in the Holy Bell City had a look of devotion and respect on their faces. The genius students of the various martial houses were also full of anticipation. What kind of amazing power did the illusionary spirit bell possess? At a glance, the teams of the various martial houses all had eye-catching geniuses and powerhouses. Wei Qingfan of Tifeng Province, Xin Yunqi of Lingxi Martial House, Long Qingyang of Mammoth Martial House, Long Xuanshuang of Hayua Martial House, Baiyue of Tensei Prefecture, and so on. The young geniuses of the various sects were like a beautiful scenery in this sea of people. Big brother Chu Hen. Not far away, Yao happily waved her little hand at Chu Hen in Tensei Prefecture. On her little wrist was the bracelet that Chu Hen had given her that night. Chu Hen's face revealed a warm smile as he nodded his head. Wei Qingfan crossed his arms in front of him and glanced at Chu Hen out of the corner of his eyes with contempt and disdain. Beside him stood the noble Yiyu, Ren Wei, Guo Sun, and a few others. Behind the spirit Rhino Martial House's Plum Blossom Sword Genius, Xin Yunqi, Xinwen, Lin Hai, and Shang Zhe all cast cold and sinister glances at Chu Hen. Xin Yunqi, on the other hand, looked calm and indifferent. He looked at the bell on the tower with great interest. Wow, 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 so many beauties. In the Tensei Prefecture team, Mu Feng's shifty eyes started to look left and right again. Today, the team from the Heavenly Star Martial House had attracted the attention of many people. The reason was naturally because of Shi Lan and Baiyue. One was one of the 4 beauties of the imperial capital, and the other was one of the 6 pearls of the imperial capital. Boom! Suddenly, another burst of cheers sounded from the other side of the square. Everyone's attention swept towards the direction of the Imperial Martial School. Luo Mengchang. It's one of the 4 beauties of the capital. I didn't expect her to come. What day is it today? 3 of the 4 beauties of the capital and one of the 6 pearls are here. 4 of the top 10 beauties of the Sacred Star dynasty have appeared. Today's trip is really worth it. The person who caused a commotion was a young girl beside instructor Red Lotus of the Imperial Martial School. She was wearing a white floral dress, and her delicate facial features were flawless. Waha! Mu Feng's infatuation started to act up again. He kept using his elbow to poke Li Hui, who was next to him. Luo Mengchang, my favorite among the 4 beauties of the capital. Li Hui was infuriated by the other party's poke. He glared at him fiercely and then moved far away. You're crazy. You're not the only one who likes her. Chu Hen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect the team from the Imperial Martial School to come. He also didn't expect to see Luo Mengchang here. He didn't expect her to be one of the 4 beauties of the capital either. Of course, Luo Mengchang's beauty was undeniable. In terms of appearance, she was even better than Shi Lan and Long Xuanshuang. Who's the other one of the 4 beauties of the capital? Chu Hen asked casually. Are you serious? You don't even know this? Mu Feng said disdainfully. If it wasn't for you talking about it beside me every day, I really wouldn't know about the 4 beauties and 6 pearls of the capital. Then you have to thank me. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be able to see so many beauties. I'll thank your 8 generations of ancestors, all right? Hee, you're welcome, you're welcome. Let me tell you, one of the 4 beauties of the capital is the Princess Regent of the Imperial family. Huh? Chu Hen was stunned. Regent, that's right. She's the first female regent in the history of the Sacred Star Dynasty. Even the Emperor has to listen to her. Chu Hen was a little confused. Although he grew up in the general's mansion, Long Zhan had never told him, Long Qingyang or Long Xuanchuang about anything related to the imperial court. It could be said that Long Zhan didn't want his children to have anything to do with the imperial court. In addition, Chu Hen really wasn't interested in this kind of thing. Therefore, it could be said that he knew nothing about the imperial court's political power. Chu Hen, don't listen to his nonsense. Zhou Lu shook her head and corrected herself. There's another one of the 4 beauties called Huang Fuqing. She's the elder sister of the current emperor. Huang Fuqing? Chu Hen nodded and smiled. He didn't think much of it. After a while, the chief of St. Bell City, Lei Shi, and the other 3 elders slowly walked up to the platform at the bottom of the bell tower. In an instant, the noisy atmosphere in the venue quietened down. Everyone. Lei Shi held onto his walking stick, his murky gaze sweeping across the people around him. In a low but powerful voice, he said, I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. I believe that all of you have been briefed by your mentors. Whether you can obtain power from the illusionary spirit bell will depend on your own abilities. Now, we will personally activate the illusionary spirit bell. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Shi and the 3 elders beside him released a thick and powerful aura from their bodies. A piercingly cold gust of wind spread out from the stage. The 4 of them spread out and walked to the bottom of the 4 towers. In the next instant, 4 dazzling golden beams of light flew out from the 4 of them and connected to the 4 towers in front of them. Buzz, buzz. Under Lei Shi's guidance, they continuously performed all kinds of complicated hand seals. As the aura from the 4 of them grew stronger, the ground suddenly trembled. Then, the 4 towers emitted an obscure energy wave. Chapter 135. Buzz, buzz. Under the guidance of Lei Shi, the chief of the St. Bell City tribe, the few elders continuously formed various complicated hand seals. As the aura emitted by the 4 of them grew stronger, the ground beneath everyone's feet began to tremble slightly. Following that, the 4 towers in the north, south, east, and west all emitted an obscure energy fluctuation. Streaks of lightning-like silver runes appeared on the outer walls of the 4 towers at a speed visible to the naked eye. The runes that were as bright as lightning were like vines that contained a mysterious power. They quickly spread from the bottom to the top of the pagoda. In an instant, the 4 ancient and dilapidated pagodas became exceptionally mysterious and holy. From afar, they looked like 4 holy objects that were shrouded in lightning, causing people to involuntarily feel respect from the bottom of their hearts. The instructors and students of the various high-ranked martial houses all had solemn and expectant expressions on their faces. As for the people of the St. Bell City tribe, their faces were already filled with reverence and respect from the bottom of their hearts. Buzz, buzz. In just a few blinks of an eye, the resplendent and mysterious runes had already covered the 4 subtowers, as if they were pillars of lightning. The speed at which Lei Shi and the others formed the hand seals became faster and faster, and the aura that erupted from them also became stronger and stronger. Following that, the 4 of them stopped their hand seals at the same time and shouted in unison, Illusionary Spirit Bell, activate! Rumble. In the next instant, a silver energy ball quickly condensed at the top of the 4 subtowers. Following that, 4 beams of light flew out from the energy ball and attacked the tallest main tower in the central region at the same time. An incomparably surging aura pressed down like a mountain, and the tallest main tower in the central region erupted with a dazzling, golden, holy radiance. Streaks of golden lines were like cracks on a dry riverbed, and in an instant they covered the entire central main tower. The golden lines continued to extend upwards, and very soon they reached the giant bell at the top, dang, accompanied by the melodious sound of the bell that shook all directions. Everyone's heart could not help but tremble. The sound of the bell seemed to originate from the peak of the ancient and mysterious Song Mountain. It traveled across the sea, through the crowds of people, and finally entered everyone's ears, seeping into the depths of their souls. There was an indescribable feeling of antiquity. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, and his pupils faintly surged with slight astonishment. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of countless people present, the rusty, copper-green, and rust-like bell that looked like a piece of scrap metal blossomed with dazzling golden light patterns. Streaks of light appeared on the wall of the bell, and the rust and greenish bronze that covered it were instantly covered up. The crisscrossing light patterns turned into dense and mysterious runes. Amidst everyone's astonished expressions, the illusionary spirit bell erupted with a holy golden light that was as bright as the sun. Dazzling golden light poured down, directly projecting onto the central platform area below the sacred tower. In an instant, the area that was enveloped by the radiance of the phantom bell was like a god. The surface of the table became shiny with golden scales, as if it was covered with a layer of golden powder. Patriarch Lei Shur and the other 3 elders seemed to be bathed in the holy light. Their wrinkled faces were smoothed out, and their eyes were filled with an indescribable spirit. Everyone, Lei Shur's eyelids lifted, and his gaze swept across the crowd in front of him. His voice was as loud as thunder. The illusionary spirit bell has been activated. Whether or not you can obtain its power is entirely up to your own abilities. Lei Shur's voice paused, and he raised one hand. In a clear voice, he shouted, "Everyone, please ascend the stage! Please ascend the stage!" As soon as he finished speaking, the students from the various high-ranked martial houses, who had long lost control of their emotions, were like a swarm of bees that rapidly rushed up to the central platform that was shrouded in golden light. Under such circumstances, the students from the 6 martial houses, Huang Wu, Di Feng, Ling Shi, Giant Elephant, Haoyue, and Heavenly Star, were relatively calm, and there was no particular urgency. There were a total of 8 high-ranked martial houses that had come to St. Bell City, and the total number of genius students was about 900. Including the younger generation of the St. Bell City tribes, there were about 200 to 300 people. Of course, the area of St. Bell City's plaza was very vast, and the area that the illusionary spirit bell's power covered could accommodate up to 2,000 people. Everyone gathered together, but it did not feel crowded at all. The various genius students ascended the high platform one after another, and each of them sat down on an empty platform. The golden light sprinkled on everyone's bodies like layers of thin gauze. A bunch of bandits. A young girl from the St. Bell City tribe coldly scolded. Many people around her more or less revealed looks of disgust. In their opinion, the illusionary spirit bell was the most precious treasure of St. Bell City. Now that these outsiders in front of them shared the power of the illusionary spirit bell, it was only natural that they would reject it. "Don't say any more. This is the bargaining chip." Raisin shouted softly. In my opinion, isn't it better for us to stay in St. Bell City for the rest of our lives? Why do we have to go outside? Lei Zhen did not answer, but there was an indescribable complexity in his eyes. To be honest, he knew his peers in St. Bell City very well. There were very few people who really wanted to stay here for the rest of their lives, and almost everyone longed for the outside world, including Lei Zhen himself. Since he could not keep them, he might as well let them go. "All of you, stop arguing." Chief Lei Shur walked in front of Lei Zhen and the others with his walking stick. Only when you become stronger can St. Bell City remain in this world forever. I only hope that when you leave this place in the future, you will be able to find your way back. When they leave this place in the future, they will be able to find their way back. It was a simple sentence, but it made the hearts of all the young people in St. Bell City tremble. Lei Zhen clenched his fists and said solemnly, "Chief, I, Lei Zhen, will never forget this place where I was born and raised." "Ha, good." Lei sure nodded in relief. Then he looked at a beautiful girl who was about 15 or 16 years old, slightly tanned, and exuded a wild beauty beside Lei Zhen. He said, "Lei Li Lei Zhen in the whole St. Bell City. The two of you are the most talented. Don't lose to these outsiders." "Yes," Lei Zhen replied solemnly. Lei Li merely nodded indifferently and did not say anything. However, an unyielding arrogance flashed faintly in her beautiful black eyes. "Go," Lei Shi said with a heavy heart. Immediately, the young men and women of St. Bell City took their seats on the empty platform. The genius students of the various martial houses quickly occupied the empty space on the high platform. "Mengshang, don't disappoint me," Imperial Martial Academy's Red Lotus said with a smile. "I know, Mentor Red Lotus and Sister," Luo Mengshang replied with a smile. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white, and she looked very beautiful. Tifeng Province's Wei Qingfan led Yi Yu, Yi Yao, and the rest to the high platform. Lingxi Martial House's Plum Blossom Sword, Shen Yunqi, also had a sharp aura, and his calm temperament exuded a sharp sword light. Long Qingyan, Long Xuanchuang, and the rest also followed. Finally, Tensei Prefectures by Yu Yue, He Qingyuan, Bianhong, and the rest. All the genius students also entered the area covered by the illusionary spirit bell's light. "Let's go as well," Mu Feng impatiently said with a happy smile. Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and the rest followed closely behind. Chu Hen walked behind them. He seemed to be a little absent-minded, and his mind was not very focused. As for why it was like this, even Chu Hen himself did not know. But when Chu Hen stepped onto the platform, shrouded in golden light, he immediately felt an indescribably peculiar feeling. The delicate light seemed to penetrate through his skin and into his limbs, and his whole body was covered with a faint, soft luster. "Hey, why are you here too?" Suddenly, a sweet female voice entered his ears. Chu Hen was stunned at first, and then a beautiful, elegant, and refined face came into view. Miss Mingshang. Chu Hen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Luo Mingshang's beautiful eyes were slightly delicate. "I forgot to ask you last time. Which school are you from?" "Heavenly Star." "Heavenly Star." Luo Mingshang seemed a little surprised, but there was no disdain on her face like the others. "I haven't thanked you for last time. Let's talk when we have time." Chu Hen smiled gently and nodded. The scene of Luo Mingshang and Chu Hen's conversation was seen by many people around them. "Oh my God, how does this guy know Luo Mingshang? There's no end to this." Mu Feng cried and made a scene, and his teeth itched with hatred. First it was Long Xuanchuang, then it was Yu Qinyu, and now it was Luo Mingshang. Even Xilan was Chu Hen's direct mentor. It seemed that as long as it was a beautiful woman, they would have fate with Chu Hen. Idol, junior brother Chu Hen, is a man's role model. Li Hui's face was full of admiration, and he casually said, "Long Xuanchuang is his sister, Xilan is his mentor, and Luo Mingshang is someone he knows. Do you think that Huang Fuqing, one of the 4 beauties of the imperial capital, also knows senior brother Chu Hen?" "Forget it. There's no connection between them at all. Huang Fuqing lives in the imperial city. How could Chu Hen meet her?" Mu Feng sneered, a little unbalanced, and said, "If he knows Huang Fuqing, I, Mu Feng, will drink a bowl of horse piss. You're really cruel to yourself." "You seem to be a little too proud. Don't you know what you're worth?" A frivolous and indifferent, ear-piercing voice followed. A tall and slender figure suddenly walked past Chu Hen's side. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and he coldly retorted, "Wherever you go, it's your business. Can't you stop hanging around in front of me? Young Masterway." Chapter 136. It's your business no matter where I go. Can't you stop loitering in front of me? Young Masterway. A cold gust of wind swept across the stage. Chu Hen and Wei Qingfan's sudden encounter caused a series of invisible sparks to fly in the air. The geniuses of the martial house, who had more or less taken their seats on the square, all turned their gazes towards them. Long Qingyang and Long Xuanshuang looked at each other and simultaneously prepared themselves. If Wei Qingfan dared to touch Chu Hen, they would not hesitate to act. Of course, it was impossible for them to act in this situation. Sure enough, Wei Qingfan did not release the slightest bit of energy. Instead, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. "You won't be able to see me very soon." The profound meaning behind these words was that the dead could not see anything. Obviously, Wei Qingfan was threatening him. Chu Hen smiled and shrugged his shoulders, but he did not seem to care at all. Humph. Wei Qingfan sneered and did not say anything else. He continued to walk past Chu Hen. Yi Yu, Yi Yao, Ren Wei, and Guo Sun followed behind Wei Qingfan. The latter two had cold expressions on their faces, while Yi Yu did not even glance at Chu Hen. She had been looking straight ahead, completely ignoring Chu Hen. Yi Yao's clear eyes were filled with worry as she passed by Chu Hen. Chu Hen smiled and nodded at her, indicating that she did not need to worry. However, after the few of them passed by, a dense and cold frost occupied Chu Hen's eyes. A chilliness quietly surged between his sharp brows. That guy has really offended a lot of people. Shang, Zhe, Lin Hai, and Xinwen, who were standing behind Plum Blossom Sword Shinyunchi, all looked at him with schadenfreude. Shinyunchi narrowed his eyes and said with great interest, "This person is not bad. Big brother, why are you always praising others?" Xian said with some dissatisfaction, "It's rare for a new student to have such courage. However, if his strength isn't enough, then he's just being arrogant and foolish." Shan Yunqi answered slowly. Shang Zhe laughed coldly. Then he must be an idiot. However, while the few of them were mocking Chu Hen behind his back, they had all forgotten that they had almost lost their lives under Chu Hen's Devil Punisher spear a few months ago. Before long, the younger generation of St. Bell City's tribes, as well as the geniuses of the various martial houses, all sat down on the platform. 5 ancient pagodas towered in front of everyone, emitting a majestic aura like that of a mountain. Runes flashed on the pagodas, giving off an unshakable might. The illusionary spirit bell was suspended at the top of the central main tower, sprinkling down golden light like the sun. The golden light enveloped the central Tao platform, bathing the 1,300 young geniuses in the holy light. Each of them was covered in a faint luster. "Everyone, you may begin. As I said before, it's all up to you whether you can obtain the power stored in the illusionary spirit bell by ancestor Lei Huan." Chief Lei Shi said loudly. After that, he and the other 3 old men left the platform and returned to the crowd of St. Bell City's tribes. As far as the eye could see, there were only a few instructors from the various martial house teams left standing in the audience. What's the secret in the illusionary spirit bell? Zuo Emo asked Shilan, who was in front of him. Shilan pondered for a moment before she lifted her beautiful eyes. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, "It should be the inheritance left behind by Patriarch Lei Huan. As for the highest level of inheritance, it's most likely related to the rune energy, the power of runes." Zuo Emo couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he murmured to himself. Time was ticking away. The entire St. Bell Square had already fallen into a dead silence. On the Tao platform below the St. Tower, more than 1,000 young geniuses were sitting like boulders. Under the golden holy light, each of them was shining with a dazzling luster. Everyone was quietly comprehending the power transmitted from the illusionary spirit bell. They were trying to integrate their divine consciousness into it to sense it. However, according to Chief Leisher's words, it was not an easy task to obtain the power in the illusionary spirit bell. As expected, after a while a buzzing sound was heard, and there was a faint sound of air waves on the platform. Following that, a young man was the first to awaken from the state of perception. His face was filled with confusion and loneliness. He failed, and he's the first one. Everyone only has one chance to sense it. It won't work the second time, Chief Leisher said calmly below the platform. As soon as Leisher's voice fell, the golden light that the illusionary spirit bell cast on the first young man who failed quickly faded away. It was especially dim and eye-catching among the crowd. So that's how it is. Instructor Yu Shan of the Giant Elephant Martial House nodded in realization. Following that, the young man walked down from the Dao platform and returned to the area where his martial house was located. He was a student of the Thunder Martial House. Buzz! Soon, a second person finished perceiving. This was Spirit Rhino Martial House's disciple. Then a third, a fourth, a fifth, more and more young students began to awaken from their state of perception. The golden splendor that the illusionary spirit bell had sprinkled onto their bodies began to fade one after another. Sigh, I didn't sense anything. My head is still dizzy. There's clearly nothing. Yes, I vaguely saw a giant bell. Really? Of course it's true. It's just that when I wanted to approach it, I woke up. Looks like I'm not fated with the power in the illusionary spirit bell. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, the people from the St. Bell City, tribe more or less, snorted disdainfully. The illusionary spirit bell was their tribe's most precious treasure. They were very clear about the power contained in it. Its power was not something that could be easily sensed and obtained. While they sneered at these outsiders, the people from the St. Bell City were also paying attention to Lei Zhen and Lei Li's situation. Although they shared the power of the illusionary spirit bell with outsiders, they could not lose to them. In fact, the mentors from the various martial houses had the same thought. In a certain sense, this was actually a kind of contest. The number of people waking up continued to increase, and more people returned to the arena. This feeling was like going through the motions in a hurry, making up the number of people on the stage before coming down. In less than half an hour, there were only half of the people left on the Dao platform. No one had expected such a shocking elimination rate. Damn it, it's too difficult. I've clearly touched the golden bell, but it still doesn't work. Patriarch Leisher, how do we sense the power of the illusionary spirit bell? A talented young student could not help but ask. He thought that with his talent and strength, he should be able to sense the power. He did not expect to be eliminated so early. Hearing the question, the surrounding people unconsciously turned to look at Leisher. Leisher nodded slightly and narrowed his old eyes. If you want to sense the power of the illusionary spirit bell, outstanding talent is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to have an extraordinary temperament and determination. Then, may I ask Patriarch Lei, how does one successfully sense the power of the illusionary spirit bell? It's very simple. Buzz! Without waiting for Leisher to finish his sentence, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly spread out from the surface of the platform. Everyone's heart could not help but be shocked. Their gazes swept toward the same direction. They saw an uneasy and vast aura above a young girl. The surging golden light was like a whale sucking in water, quickly gathering above her. In the blink of an eye, an illusory golden bell shadow faintly appeared in front of everyone. In that instant, the crowd below the Dao platform could not remain calm. However, Imperial Martial Academy's core instructor Hong Lian's eyes lit up, a faint look of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. Whoosh! It's Imperial Martial Academy's junior sister Meng Shang. What's going on? The entire Dao platform was in an uproar. Immediately after, The entire Tao platform was filled with a surging cold aura. The majestic, golden, holy light was like a surging river. In the next moment, the illusory golden bell shadow appeared above Wei Qingfan, Shen Yunqi, Bai Yue, and Long Xuanxuang. The illusory golden bell shadow above the five of them was about 1 to 2 meters wide and 3 meters tall. The bell's surface shone with mysterious patterns, and an obscure and restless energy fluctuation was constantly released, causing the air to tremble. Does this count as a success? The crowd below the Tao platform looked at each other in shock and doubt. Chief Lei Shi, on the other hand, was currently frowning slightly as he looked at the St. Bell City's younger generation. His wrinkled old face showed a hint of complex emotions. "You little fellows, you can't lose to these outsiders." Whoosh! At this moment, the same astonishing energy fluctuation appeared above Lei Zhan and Lily in the St. Bell City's tribal area. A dazzling golden light spun rapidly. The space faintly trembled, and a holy radiance gathered like a divine sun. Then, a mysterious shadow of a golden bell appeared a few meters above Lei Zhen and Lily. The golden bell shadow floated above them, and the silver runes on the bell's surface flowed slowly. It gave off the feeling that it was a huge golden lantern hanging high in the sky, and a mysterious and powerful energy was transmitted from it. Chief Lei Shi, as well as the entire St. Bell City, heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the two dazzling golden bell shadows. Chapter 137. Buzz, Luo Mingshan, Wei Qingfan, Shen Yunqi, Bai Yue, Long Xuanxuan, Lei Zhan, Lei Li. In a blink of an eye, an illusory shadow of a golden bell appeared a few meters above the heads of the seven of them. The walls of the bell flickered with silver runes, like lightning and arcs. An obscure and mysterious power was constantly being transmitted. Was this considered a success? While the crowd was still in shock, they unconsciously turned their questioning gazes towards the clan leader of St. Bell City, Lei Shi. As long as the bell shadow is condensed, one can successfully perceive the power of the illusory spirit bell. Lei Shi's answer confirmed the crowd's thoughts. Wow! In an instant, the young disciples of the high-ranked martial houses all revealed looks of amazement. In this case, Luo Mingshan was the first person to successfully perceive the power of the illusory spirit bell. Even Wei Qingfan and Shen Yunqi, the two famous geniuses, were one step slower than her. This was really unexpected. As for Bai Yue and Long Xuanxuang, they were ranked 4th and 5th, respectively. The crowd was not too surprised that they had condensed the shadow of the golden bell. After all, in the capital city, the two of them were famous for their high talents. Clan leader Lei, may I ask, what kind of power of inheritance will the person who successfully perceives the power of the illusory spirit bell obtain? A young student asked the question that everyone wanted to know. Lei Shi smiled indifferently and shook his head slightly. He said, "The power left in the illusory spirit bell by clan leader Lei Huan is quite amazing. Even we have not been able to study it thoroughly. They may be able to obtain a special secret seal, or they may be able to inherit a part of the power and improve their cultivation in a short period of time. Of course, I have already informed your teachers about clan leader Lei Huan's identity as a spiritual tattooist. A spiritual tattooist was a transcendent existence above a high-level tattooist. Even in the entire Saint Star dynasty, there was only one spiritual tattooist." The crowd's eyes were filled with envy. If anyone could obtain the power of inheritance related to the power of a tattooist, it would be really enviable. As time passed, the situation on the platform that was enveloped by the golden light kept changing. More and more young geniuses successfully condensed the golden bell shadow and successfully communicated with the illusionary spirit bell. However, there were even more people who failed. They shook their heads with bitter smiles and walked down the stage in disappointment. In the blink of an eye, there were only 100 or so young geniuses left on the stage. Except for one person, Everyone else had a resplendent golden bell phantom hovering above their heads. This person was none other than Chu Hen. That's strange. That shouldn't be the case. Instructor Zhuo Mo, who was in the Tensei prefecture team, mumbled to himself in confusion. With this kid's talent, he shouldn't fall behind others. The other mentors were also puzzled. At this moment, even Mu Feng, Li Hui, and Zhou Lu had successfully communicated with the power of the illusionary spirit bell. As the most outstanding rookie this year, Chu Hen shouldn't be at this level. Among the 1,300 people, only 100 or so people successfully perceived the power of the illusionary spirit bell. Less than 200 people. This failure rate was beyond the expectation of all the mentors of the martial house. At this moment, Chu Hen, the only one who failed to condense the golden bell shadow, was like a swallow standing in a flock of cranes, eye-catching and outstanding. It turns out that this year's top newcomer is just SOSO. I thought he would be more amazing. He should come down the stage soon. Several extremely discordant voices sounded around the stage. Many people showed a playful smile on their faces. There was no lack of people who, after their own failure, laughed at others for seeking balance in their hearts in order to soothe the discomfort in their hearts. But they didn't know that it was just the pot calling the kettle black. Of course, because Chu Hen's name had recently become famous, the things that he did had once attracted the attention of everyone. That was why he became the target of everyone. Listening to the surrounding people's discussion and laughter, Shilan quietly looked at the young figure on the stage. Compared to the others, Shilan didn't think that Chu Hen didn't even have the ability to do so, because at this moment his breathing was especially steady, not the slightest bit hurried. That guy is still putting on an act? Did he wake up early and can't bear to come down? Shang Zhe, who was in the Lingxi martial house, crossed his arms in front of him, his tone full of sarcasm. If he woke up, the golden light on his body would have faded. Xinwen, who was next to him, said, "Then he most likely didn't enter the state of perception from the beginning." "Ha ha ha, that's possible." Several people burst into laughter. However, at this moment, a fierce aura gushed out from the Dao platform. In a split second, golden light surged above Chu Hen's head. Rays of light lingered around, and one after another, golden light beams rotated in a spiraling manner. In less than 2 blinks of an eye, a dazzling golden bell illusion appeared in midair. The appearance of this scene immediately made the people below the stage shut their mouths. The smiles on Shang Zhe, Xinwen, and the others' faces froze, and were replaced by a gloomy and cold expression. The people on the Tensei prefecture side were slightly relieved. Instructor Zhuo Mo shook his head and smiled. "This guy, is he doing this on purpose?" Whoosh! A dazzling white light flashed, and Chu Hen's perception consciousness turned from hazy to clear. In the hazy dark space, the strange energy fluctuations were like circles of ripples on the surface of the water. When Chu Hen was here, it was as if he had walked into an unknown chaotic world. That is, Chu Hen's face revealed astonishment as he looked in front of him. A dozen or so meters in front of him, there was a simple and unadorned, huge bell floating. It was an incomparably huge golden bell. It was approximately 100 meters tall and tens of meters wide. Standing in front of Chu Hen, it was like a magnificent mountain. The golden bell was lingering with soft fluorescent light, and in this hazy space, it was unusually sacred. With a little excitement and confusion, Chu Hen stepped forward. Every time he took a step, a circle of white ripples would appear under his feet. When Chu Hen walked in front of the giant bell, he could especially clearly see the mysterious runes on the bell's wall. The runes were like the vigorous strokes of a master, like dancing dragons and dancing phoenixes, revealing an indescribable, majestic aura. The dense runes covered the layers of the giant bell, and the thing in front of him seemed to be the hand of a Holy Spirit at this moment. A thought appeared in Chu Hen's mind out of nowhere. He solemnly stretched out his right palm and gently placed it on the bell's wall. The surging power of true essence poured into the giant bell through Chu Hen's palm. In the next moment, with Chu Hen's palm as the center, a series of mysterious runes around it were instantly lit up. The bright light bloomed on the runes, and the giant bell began to tremble faintly. As the runes were lit up, dense silver light spots rose in the air. The light spots were like a dazzling brilliance, and they quickly poured into Chu Hen's body. Immediately afterward, Chu Hen only felt that there was a strange power in his body. This power became more and more powerful, and it constantly flowed through the major meridians in his body. Chu Hen could feel that his true essence was increasing at a considerable rate. So that's how it is. Chu Hen began to understand what kind of power was contained within the illusionary spirit bell. His mind immediately focused, and he once again poured a steady stream of true essence into the giant golden bell in front of him. With the influx of true essence, more and more runes lit up on the bell's wall. The bright runes were like vines that constantly grew, full of vitality. Sacred Bell Square. Over 100 young geniuses were immersed in perceiving the power of the illusionary spirit bell. At the peak of the bell tower, the illusionary spirit bell was like a divine sun in the highest heavens, sprinkling down a holy light that covered the platform. The golden bell phantom that floated above everyone's heads was like a strange lantern. At a glance, everyone noticed that the golden bell silhouettes, condensed by everyone, were at different degrees of materialization. Some phantoms were deep and solid, close to a real object. There were also phantoms that were scattered and transparent, their colors illusory. Kacha! Suddenly, there was a slight cracking sound that caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Then they saw that the golden bell phantom, above the head of a giant elephant Marshall house, disciple cracked open without any warning, and a deep crack spread out like a spider web on the bell's wall then, with a crisp pung sound. Under the bewildered eyes of the audience, the golden bell phantom burst apart, turning into golden fragments that filled the sky and dissipating between the heavens and the earth. Almost at the same time, the Marshall House disciple awoke from the perceiving state, and the radiance that covered his body rapidly faded away. Obviously, the other person's perception had ended. But what was different from the previous people was that this person had successfully obtained the power of the illusionary spirit bell. How was it? What power did you obtain? As soon as the other person stepped off the stage, many busybodies quickly surrounded him. However, he only smiled and shook his head. A secret technique seal technique. What secret technique seal technique? Tell me. Wang Wang. Kacha. Immediately, one after another, the golden bell phantoms shattered on the stage. After the young geniuses had successfully obtained the power of the illusionary spirit bell, they woke from it. Everyone in the audience had a variety of envious and curious eyes, and they all gathered around. How was it? What benefits did you obtain? It's a secret. Damn, what's the situation with that illusionary spirit bell? Hurry up and tell me. I sensed an ancient giant bell. Only by lighting up the runes on the giant bell can I obtain the power of the illusionary spirit bell. The more runes light up, the more power I will obtain. So that's how it is. In other words, the more runes on the giant bell light up, the clearer the golden bell phantom outside should be? That's right. Chapter 138. By integrating one's consciousness into the illusionary spirit bell, one would be able to sense an ancient giant bell and use one's own power to light up the runes on the giant bell. This would allow one to obtain the power within the illusionary spirit bell. The more runes lit up, the more power one would obtain. Similarly, the illusory image of the golden bell would become more solid and clear. So that's how it is. In other words, we can determine who lit up the most runes from the degree of solidification of the illusory image of the golden bell. You can think of it that way. The crowd below the stage roughly understood the process of the illusionary spirit bell's operation from the people who had awakened one after another. Then, Everyone's eyes swept across the illusory images of the golden bell created by Luo Mingshang, Wei Qingfan, Xin Yunqi, and other famous geniuses. The most solid illusory images of the golden bell were Luo Mingshang from Huangwu, Wei Qingfan from Difeng, Xin Yunqi from Lingxi. Then, Bai Yue from Heavenly Star, Long Xuanshuang from Haoyue, and Lei Zhen and Lei Li from St. Bell City. Geniuses are indeed geniuses, the crowd below the stage secretly exclaimed. No matter when, geniuses with high talent would always be so dazzling. As time passed, the illusory images of the golden bell created by the geniuses became more solid, and the silver light patterns on the walls of the bell were clearly visible. However, the illusory images of the golden bell above the heads of more and more people exploded. The number of people on the stage was decreasing, but the longer it was, the more excited the people who came down from the stage were. The reason for this was needless to say. They must have gained a lot. On the side of Tensei Prefecture, Zhou Lu, Li Hui, He Qingyuan, Bian Hong, and Lu Yu had already come down from the stage. "Little Li, what did you get?" Zhou Lu asked curiously. Li Hui's lips curled into a proud smile as he answered mysteriously. "Hee, it's a secret. 'Tis so secretive. I beg you to tell me." "Then beg me, and I'll tell you. Get lost." Instructor Zhuo looked at the excited students and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. At the moment, the Tensei Prefecture also had Bai Yue, Chu Hen, and Mu Feng. Among them, Bai Yue could be said to be far ahead of the other two. The golden bell phantom that she had condensed was especially close to a real object. It was in no way weaker than the other monstrous geniuses of the martial house. Mu Feng is quite good at managing things at critical times, Zhou Lu said. He should be coming down soon. I wonder how long Chu Hen can last. In my opinion, senior brother Chu Hen will at least be able to make it to the top 3. Li Hui clenched his fist and said, top 3? Forget it. A slightly ear-piercing voice came out of Bian Hong's mouth. You guys underestimate the power of the illusionary spirit bell. The runes on the giant bell can't be lit just by luck. Bian Hong's strength was among the top of the direct disciples of instructor Xilan, and he was even stronger than He Qingyuan. Since he had spoken, Li Hui and Zhou Lu didn't dare to say anything else. However, Zhou Lu still muttered in her heart, Don't underestimate Chu Hen. Just wait and see. Although Chu Hen's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the element opening realm, Zhou Lu always felt that there was nothing that could stop him. She and Li Hui had an indescribable confidence in Chu Hen. Very quickly, 2 hours quietly passed. Currently, there were only 20 or so people left on the platform, and the golden bell shadow floating above everyone's head was very solid. Every golden bell was almost exactly the same as the actual golden bell. If one didn't look closely, it would be hard to tell the difference. What was most surprising was that among the 20 or so people, 4 of them were this year's new students. These 4 people were Chu Hen, Mu Feng, Yu, and Yao. Previously, when they were in Tifeng province, Yu's talent had already gained the recognition of the academy's senior instructors. However, under the halo of her elder sister, Yi Yao, as the younger sister, had always been very low-key. Many times, people only knew that Yi Yu had a beautiful and cute younger sister, but they all overlooked Yi Yao's equally high talent. Yi Yu and junior sister, Yi Yao, are not bad. They're much stronger than us, a student from Tifeng province said. Haha, that's for sure. How can someone whose senior brother Wei Qingfan likes be a vase? Guosan smiled, faintly with interest. As he said this, he didn't forget to glance at Chu Hen on the other side with a somewhat disdainful expression. I know junior sister Yi Yu's talent, but I didn't expect junior sister Yi Yao to be so powerful. I didn't expect that either. The teacher in charge of Tifeng province, Li Gu, was also surprised. These students were all recruited from Flame City. Li Gu was naturally happy that Yi Yu and Yi Yao were outstanding. However, in comparison, he was more concerned about Chu Hen. What kind of heights would Chu Hen reach next? Kacha! Suddenly, a faint cracking sound was heard from the stage. The shadow of the golden bell above Mu Fang's head began to crack densely. When the cracks spread all over the bell, the golden bell instantly turned into crystal fragments that filled the sky. Mu Feng woke up, and a piercingly cold and vigorous aura leaked out from his body. The people of Tensei Prefecture burst into applause and cheers. Good job, Mu Feng. You're amazing. Mu Feng's eyebrows twitched slightly. He smiled slightly proudly as he walked down from the stage. Buzz! Almost at the same time, the shadow of the golden bell above you also cracked into countless densely packed cracks. Along with a surge of power, the crystal fragments spread out in all directions like a halo on the surface of the water. The people of Tifeng Province clapped and cheered in unison. At this time, the performance of everyone on the stage was enough to make people feel envious and amazed. Congratulations, junior sister Yiyu. Ha, you're too outstanding. Really beautiful. Listening to the cheers below the stage and looking at the situation around her, Yiyu's face showed some pride. When she looked at Yi Yao, who was still in a state of perception, a hint of surprise flashed in Yiyu's eyes. She didn't expect Yi Yao to persist longer than her. Of course, everyone understood. It wasn't that whoever persisted longer had a better result. It mainly depended on who lit up more runes and whose illusionary shadow of the golden bell was more solid. It was very likely that Yi Yao's speed of lighting up the runes was slower, which was why she had not woken up yet. Chapter 139. After Mu Feng and Yi Yu, Long Qingyang of the giant elephant martial house, Lei Zhan of the St. Bell City tribe, and a few others gradually awakened from their state of perception, golden bell projections that looked like real objects floated in the air. They looked even more dazzling under the holy light of the illusionary spirit bell at the top of the main tower. At a glance, there were only 8 people left on the stage. They were Luo Mingshan of Imperial Martial, Wei Qingfan and Yi Yao of Imperial Wind, Shen Yunqi of Spirit Rhino, Long Xuanchuan of Haoyue, Baiyue and Chu Hen of Heavenly Star, and Lei Li of St. Bell City. At the beginning, there were 200 to 300 people, but now there were only 8 people. Less than 2 hours had passed, and the crowd gathered below the stage was now a little restless. These geniuses from the outside world are really talented. An old man of St. Bell City sighed softly. The people from the other tribes also had complicated expressions on their faces. Originally, they had hoped that the younger generation of their tribes would be able to defeat the geniuses of the outside world. However, the reality didn't seem to be so. The geniuses of the outside world weren't ordinary people. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a wave of violent energy fluctuations rose from the surface of the stage. Everyone's eyes unconsciously swept to where Yi Yao was, only to see the golden bell projection floating above her quietly split open and intertwined cracks. Dense cracks covered the entire body of the golden bell projection. Junior sister Yi Yao is about to wake up. How amazing! Looking at her situation, she should not be any worse than junior sister Yiyu. Yes, there shouldn't be much difference. Because Yiyu had already stopped perceiving the power of the illusionary spirit bell. The crowd could not compare the golden bell projections condensed by the 2 of them. However, judging from the degree of materialization of the golden bell above Yi Yao, it was not inferior to the one Yiyu had conjured before. Yiyu, who was in the Tifeng Province's team area, had a faint smile on her face. This girl has always been lazy during her training. I didn't expect her to reach this level. I have to supervise her training when I get back. Fine cracks instantly spread across the entire bell. However, just as everyone was waiting for Yi Yao to wake up, a sudden dong resounded from the stage without any warning. What? The Lei Shi clan's elder's expression changed. He clenched his fists and blurted out, subconsciously, "It caused the bell to ring?" Seeing the change in Lei Shi's emotions, everyone was even more shocked. The melodious bell was loud and deafening, shocking everyone's hearts. Along with the sonorous chime of the bell, the projection of the golden bell above Yi Yao exploded into crystal fragments that filled the sky. What was even more astonishing was that these crystal fragments didn't dissipate into the world like the others before them. Instead, they lingered around Yi Yao like a mini whirlpool and quickly gathered in front of her. Buzz, buzz, in the next moment, the countless crystal fragments condensed into a strange rune. This rune was shaped like a circle, and it flickered with a dazzling, glass-like brilliance. This is Spirit Gathering Rune. The Lei Shi clan's elders' shocked voice entered everyone's ears again. Spirit Gathering Rune? What's this? Everyone had a confused look on their faces. Only a small portion of them were shocked and envious. Humph! A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Imperial Martial School's mentor, Red Lotus, sneered in disdain. She opened her red lips and continued. The so-called rune is a kind of mini talisman formation. However, this kind of talisman formation can be stored in a person's body for personal use. But isn't a talisman formation something that can only be set up by a tattooist? A student asked. That's true under normal circumstances. However, a powerful tattooist can use his own strength to transform the talisman formation's power into a rune and plant it in Wu Xiu's body. Then he can use his true origin to activate the rune's power. Of course, to be able to transform a rune into a rune, one has to be at least a spiritual tattooist. When Hong Lian said that, some admiration appeared on her cold face to a certain extent. It was obvious that she was starting to admire the first clan leader of St. Bell City, Lei Huan. Not only Red Lotus, but even Yushan, Li Gu, and the other core mentors from the higher martial houses were also amazed. In the Tensei Prefecture team, Shilan's beautiful eyes rippled slightly. Her delicate eyes unconsciously looked at the young figure sitting calmly on the stage. In other words, even you, Mentor Red Lotus, can't form a rune? A young student asked. Humph! Red Lotus snorted and ignored him. The person who asked the question could not help but smile awkwardly. He then asked, Then what's the effect of the Spirit Gathering Rune? The Spirit Gathering Rune can increase a cultivator's speed of absorbing spiritual power by at least 3 times and at most 10 times. The effect depends on the cultivator's proficiency and control of the rune's power. The person who answered was clan leader Lei Shi. Wow! As soon as the words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar. At most 10 times? Damn! Doesn't this mean that junior sister Yi Yao's cultivation speed can only be 10 times faster than normal? At least 3 times faster? Oh my god! This is way too scary. Clan leader Lei Shi, can't you share such a good thing with us? Looking at the crowd who were crying for their parents, Lei Shi shook his head and said helplessly, I've already said it before. The power that you can obtain from the illusory spirit bell depends on your own abilities. Not to mention you. Even the younger generation of our clan can only obtain it with their own perception. All right. The crowd shook their heads and sighed. They regretted not insisting more. During this period of time, the peculiar rune had already fused with Yi Yao's body. She opened her big, bright eyes, and a happy smile appeared on her face. 2 cute dimples appeared at the corners of her lips. The crowd below the stage could not help but be attracted by her innocent smile. They felt as if their eyes had lit up. Wow, this little girl is so cute. She's my cup of tea. Mu Feng held his chest with one hand, looking like an idiot whose heart had melted. Beside him, Zhou Lu, Li Huiyi, Qingyuan, and Lu Yu shook their heads at the same time. They sighed and consciously moved further away. Brother Chu Hen hasn't woken up yet? Yi Yao first looked at Chu Hen, who was on the other side. Then she jumped down from the stage like a little rabbit and returned to Yi Yu's side happily. Sister, I got the Spirit Gathering Rune. The other students from Tifeng province applauded and congratulated her. Yi Yu smiled and nodded. Congratulations. However, deep in Yi Yu's smiling eyes, there was a hint of complicated emotions. In her heart, she was happy, disappointed, and even a little jealous. This little sister who had been following her around since she was young relied on her for everything. She did not expect that one day she would be even more outstanding than her in a certain matter. This sudden change in her state of mind made Yi Yu feel complicated. Yi Yao did not care so much. She was innocent and could only think that her sister would be happy for her. She clapped her hands and looked at Chu Hen, who was on the stage with her big bright eyes. She said to herself, "Brother Chu Hen, you can do it. You'll definitely be more powerful than me." Dang, dang, dang. Just when everyone was feeling uneasy about Yi Yao's results, a series of 3 overlapping, deafening bell rings reverberated on the stage. The invisible sound wave impact made everyone's eardrums buzz faintly. In an instant, everyone's eyes immediately shifted from Yi Yao to the stage. The people from Xinzhong City in particular were even more excited. The auras that originated from 3 different forces leaked out from the stage. The golden bell shadow above by Yue, Long Xuan, and Leili was quietly covered with fine cracks. Its junior sister Yue. The mentors and students from Tensei Prefecture were pleasantly surprised. Xuan, you can do it. Long Qingyang and the young geniuses from Bright Moon Martial House were excited. The people from Xinzhong City, on the other hand, were staring at Leili solemnly without blinking. The 3 golden bell shadows shattered almost at the same time. Similar to what had just happened to Yi Yao, the golden light fragments that filled the sky condensed into a mysterious, glazed rune in front of the 3 of them at a speed visible to the naked eye. What kind of rune is this? The people below the stage all opened their eyes wide and held their breath. Their faces were filled with anticipation and envy. An obscure and manic energy wave spread out from the stage. The runes that gathered in front of the 3 were all different. In front of Bai Yue was a flowing green light, in front of Long Xuan was a cold white light, and in front of Leili was a dark red rune, Gale rune, Frost rune, Raging Fire rune. Patriarch Lei Shi blurted out. The crowd became noisy once again. Everyone was shocked and sighed. It seems that these 3 runes can unleash the power of wind, frost, and fire. Is this similar to the power of bloodline boundary? If that's the case, I think junior sister Yi Yao's spirit gathering rune is more practical. I can tell that you're ignorant. Bloodline power is bloodline power and rune power is rune power. The 2 can't be compared at the same level. Bloodline power takes a long time to grow, but rune power is different. The latter can unleash a destructive power as long as it's fully activated. Before the bloodline power fully matures, it's not as strong as the rune power. Chapter 140. Curse runes were small talisman formations evolved from talisman formations. They could only be used by individuals and possessed great power. To transform a talisman formation into the power of a curse rune, one had to be at least a spiritual tattooist. Gale curse rune, frost curse rune, fire curse rune. Wow. Below the Holy Bell Square, everyone looked at the strange glass-like rune that Bai Yue, Long Xuan, and Leili had condensed in front of them with amazement and envy. Everyone was amazed and envious. Even from 20 to 30 meters away, the audience could feel the intensity of the power conveyed by the 3 types of runes. No one dared to imagine just how much their combat strength would increase if they were to combine the power of the seal with their respective bloodline boundaries in battle. While everyone was exclaiming in admiration, they also secretly felt heartfelt admiration for Lei Huan, the first patriarch of St. Bell City. If clan leader Lei Huan was still alive, not to mention the Sacred Star Empire, even the royal families of the surrounding empires would come to pay a personal visit. After all, everyone knew what a spiritual tattooist meant to a country. Moreover, he was a spiritual tattooist who could create curse runes. Amidst the cheers and applause, Bai Yue, Long Xuanxuang, and Lei walked down from the stage one after another. Senior Sister Yue, congratulations! You're amazing! Not bad. If Mentor Shadowless knew about this, he would be so happy that he would get drunk for 3 days. Haha. The students and instructors of the Heavenly Star Martial House stepped forward with a smile on their faces. Bai Yue only nodded in acknowledgement and simply replied with a thank you. Xuanxuang, not bad. I didn't expect you to get a curse rune, Long Qingyang said as he walked to the Bright Moon School area. Long Xuanxuang was really calm, and her calm demeanor showed that she was an ice queen. Are you surprised? Of course, much better than me, your brother. Haha. Even though Long Qingyang didn't get any curse runes, he was still very happy. He glanced at Chu Hen and said, maybe third brother will get some curse runes too. Long Xuanxuang raised her eyebrows slightly. She wanted to open her mouth and say a few words, but after thinking about it, she didn't say anything. However, on the other side of St. Bell City, Lei looked desolate. She was not as happy as expected. Clan leader Lei Shi walked in front of him and patted him on the shoulder. Just try your best. This result is already very good, Lei Shi said in a sincere tone. Lei didn't say anything. She clasped her hands together so tightly that her knuckles turned white. In the eyes of outsiders, obtaining a hex rune was something to be envied, but in the history of St. Bell City, this was not the best result. However, those young geniuses who had obtained the powerful power of the illusionary spirit bell had already left the mountain range. Moreover, there were still 4 people on the stage. Perhaps these 4 people would continue to set new heights in the future. Only 4 people are left. I wonder what kind of power Wei Qingfan and Xin Yunqi, the 2 top geniuses, will obtain, and Huang Wu's junior sister Mingshang. Chu Hen is also not bad. Forget about Chu Hen. Look at the Golden Bell Phantom, he conjured. It's obviously not as solid as Wei Qingfan and the rest. That's not enough to obtain a curse rune. He hasn't woken up yet because he's taking a long time to light up the spirit runes on the giant bell. I think so too. Wei Qingfan and Xin Yunqi were both geniuses who had been famous for a long time, and many people thought highly of them. Luo Mingshang was even more so. As one of the 4 beauties of the capital, her popularity had always been high. In the eyes of the crowd, only Chu Hen seemed a little out of place. In addition, Shang Zhe from the Spirit Rhino Martial House and the Emperor Wind Martial House, as well as Ren Wei and a few others, were deliberately mocking and fanning the flames. This caused many of the people present to casually make a few sarcastic remarks. In the dim and hazy space, circles of white ripples swept out like ripples on water. Chu Hen was at the center of the ripples, and in front of him stood a giant bell with an ancient appearance. Buzz, buzz. A steady stream of power rose from the giant bell. From the beginning, Chu Hen had been constantly infusing his quintessential qi into the giant bell. As his quintessential qi poured in, the ancient runes on the bell's walls were constantly lit up. Countless runes were like vines full of vitality, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, extending from the bottom to the top of the bell. At this moment, the ancient bell that stood in front of Chu Hen was more than 100 meters tall, and 2/3 of the runes on it had been lit up. Silver streams of light flickered and slid on the bell's walls, and it was dazzling. However, at this moment, Chu Hen, who had been methodically infusing his quintessential qi, suddenly felt a violent fluctuation of power. His clear, pitch-black eyes flashed with unswerving determination, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a confident and playful smile. I'm not stalling for time anymore. Buzz! In the next moment, an astonishing surge of quintessential qi erupted from Chu Hen's palm. This quintessential qi was mixed with a strange purple light and a dense black light. The intersecting purple and black lights stirred up a majestic power that was like the surging waters of a great river, constantly pouring into the giant bell. Buzz. It was like the sound of metal vibrating, but also like the low ringing of a bell. The remaining 1/3 of the runes on the giant bell blossomed with a dazzling light at an extremely fast speed. The speed at which the runes lit up was several times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, only 1/4 of the runes were left, and then another 1/5. In the end, the entire giant bell had only 1/10 of the runes that had not yet been lit. Holy Bell Square. Whoosh! A low but clear ringing of the bell reverberated in the square. What was going on? Everyone was shocked. The ringing of the bell did not come from any of the 4 people on the stage, but from the top of the main tower in the center of the 5 clock towers. Just now, was that the phantom bell? An old man from Holy Bell City murmured. The crowd looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with confusion. Lei Shur, the clan leader, could not help but squint his eyes, and there was a hint of caution in his turbid eyes. When the crowd saw this, they looked at Wei Qingfan, Xin Yunqi, Luo Mengchang, and Chu Han on the stage. The 4 of them did not seem to have changed at all. Strange, was it an illusion just now? Could it be that among the 4 of them, one of them sensed the power of a rune caster? Zhuo Emo of Tensei Prefecture muttered to himself. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener did. Zhou Lu, who was next to him, suddenly asked, Tutor Zhuo, we have not come into contact with the profession of rune caster. Why don't you give us a detailed introduction? As soon as she said this, Bai Yue, Mu Feng, Li Hui, He Qingyuan, and the other students around them all looked at her with interest. Ha! Zhuo Emo smiled and shook his head. I have not come into contact with Runecaster, so let Tutor Shilan explain it to you. Oh, Tutor, Shilan knows about the profession of Runecaster? Not only does she know about it, but Tutor Shilan is also an expert in breaking arrays, Zhuo Emo said with a smile. He had overheard the other tutors talking about this when he was drinking and chatting with them. As for whether it was true, Zhuo Emo was not sure. Of course, since this kind of thing could be spread, it was not groundless. Immediately, everyone turned to look at Shilan with admiration in their eyes. Tutor Shilan, do you really know how to break arrays? Zhou Lu asked. Huh. Shilan raised her beautiful eyes, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Tutor Zhuo Emo is joking with you, but I do know a thing or two about the profession of Runecaster. Everyone's interest was piqued, and they all gathered around. Seeing that everyone was so interested, Shilan could not refuse. She opened her red lips and said softly, Everyone knows that the power that Wuxiu controls is called true inner force, and the power that Runecasters condense is called Reiki energy. Reiki energy! Everyone nodded. Everyone knew about this. Reiki energy originates from a person's mental strength and starts from the soul. The ancient Almighty said that a person's spirit doesn't die, so the mental strength and mental strength contain extremely shocking power. In other words, Runecasters mainly cultivate mental strength? You can understand it that way. Shilan nodded and said, The true inner force that Wuxiu cultivates gathers in his dantian, and mental strength is contained in the Naiwen Palace in his brain. The Naiwen Palace gathers mental strength and finally condenses a Dao seed. That's considered to have stepped into the threshold of a Runecaster. Dao seed. That's right, Shilan replied softly. As the saying goes, the path of Runecaster can also be called the path of Dao. So if you want to become a Runecaster, you must condense a Dao seed with mental strength and mental strength. After condensing a Dao seed, Reiki energy can be derived. Using Reiki energy to inscribe the power of runes can be used to set up arrays, concoct pills, forge weapons, refine talismans, and so on in the future with continuous cultivation. The Dao seed will grow, and the Reiki energy will become stronger. Comparatively speaking, cultivating Reiki energy is much more difficult than cultivating true inner force. This is also the reason why there are so few Runecasters. Shilan's explanation was very detailed, so everyone could understand. To put it simply, Wu Xiu cultivates his body. while rune casters cultivates mental strength and mental strength. True inner force gathers in the dantian, while Reiki energy is stored in the Niwen Palace in the brain. In terms of realms, wuxio and rune casters roughly correspond. A rune caster who has just condensed a Dao seed is a beginner rune caster, compared to wuxio in the meridian opening realm. After that, there is an intermediate rune caster, corresponding to wuxio in the elemental opening realm. After that, there is an advanced rune caster, corresponding to wuxio in the Dan transformation realm. After that, there is a spirit rune caster, corresponding to void piercing realm, referred to as a spiritual rune caster. Wuxio's realms are divided into 9 ranks, and rune casters are divided into 9 ranks. Generally speaking, they are the same as wuxio. In a pure face-to-face confrontation, wuxio can instantly kill a rune caster at the same rank. However, once a rune caster is given time to set up a talisman array, then wuxio's fate will be very miserable. Therefore, in Shi Lan's opinion, it is very necessary to study the method of breaking arrays. All the students in the Tensei Prefecture listened very seriously, and they finally understood clearly what the occupation of runecaster was. Then, Mentor Shi Lan, do you think the 4 people on the stage have a chance to open the Niwen Palace and condense the Dao Seed? The one who asked this question was actually the Quiet Beauty, by Yu Yue, who usually did not like to speak. Everyone else also revealed a look of anticipation. Shi Lan pondered for a moment before replying softly, "In theory, the probability is extremely small, almost 0. After all, if you want to condense a Dao seed, you will need at least 10 years of mental energy cultivation. However, dang. Without waiting for Shi Lan to finish speaking, 2 deafening chimes suddenly rang out from the stage. These 2 chimes, which seemed to overlap each other, were filled with a powerful explosive force that penetrated deep into people's hearts and caused their blood vessels to surge. Everyone's expression changed upon seeing this. Chapter 141. Dang, 2 bell chimes that almost overlapped each other suddenly rang on the stage. A circle of invisible sound waves swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. Everyone's expression changed. The 2 bell chimes were filled with an extremely powerful explosive force. It seeped into everyone's heartstrings and caused their blood to flow faster. The people from the St. Bell City tribe were shocked. The power of the 2 bell chimes had already surpassed all the previous bell chimes. In other words, Lily's result was still weaker than those geniuses from the outside. It's Wei Qing Fan and Shen Yunxi. An excited voice sounded from the crowd below the stage. The young disciples of Emperor Wind Martial House and Spirit Rhino Martial House couldn't help but feel their hearts brighten. They saw that the Golden Bell Phantom, floating above Wei Qing Fan and Shen Yunqi's heads, had already transformed into tens of thousands of crystal fragments of light. Piercingly cold auras were continuously released from the bodies of these 2 famous geniuses. The light spots that filled the sky hovered around the 2 of them, forming a small vortex. A strong wind blew, and the airflow in the square became a lot more chaotic. At this moment, Wei Qing Fan and Shen Yunqi were like the dazzling stars in the night sky, and all the genius students below the arena seemed to have been reduced to the background of their brilliance. Buzz! In just 2 blinks of an eye, the light spots that were spreading wantonly quickly condensed into a mysterious rune in front of the 2 of them. The rune in front of Wei Qing Fan looked like a bolt of lightning. It was surrounded by silver light and emitted a violent and restless energy wave. However, what appeared in front of Shen Yunqi was a dark blue rune that glowed with a crystal clear water-like luster. It's the Heavenly Thunder Rune and Water Rune. Clan leader Lei Shi clenched his fists. His wrinkled, old face was a little moved. The students and mentors from Tifeng Province and Lingxi Martial House were excited. In today's situation, Wei Qing Fan and Shen Yunqi could be said to represent the academies behind them. The mentors from the various martial houses were actually secretly competing with each other. Buzz! Hua! The silver heavenly lightning sigil and the blue water sigil fused into Wei Qingfan and Shen Yunqi's bodies respectively. Shortly after, the two of them woke up from their state of perception at almost the same time. In an instant, an extraordinary and powerful aura rose at the same time, causing the crowd to feel an invisible pressure. This looks like Wei Qingfan and Shen Yunqi didn't just obtain the hex runes. That's right, their auras are much stronger than before, as expected of one of the top geniuses of the Imperial City. Truly amazing. Sensing the aura emanating from the two of them, everyone clearly understood that compared to Bai Yue, Long Xuanchuang, Lei Li, and Yi Yao, the power of the illusionary spirit bell that Wei Qingfan and Shen Yunqi had obtained was even more shocking. Well done, Senior Marshal Brother Wei. Congratulations, Senior Marshal Brother Wei. Senior Apprentice Brother Shen is amazing. Congratulations on obtaining the Water Curse imprint. Amidst the warm applause from the crowd, the corners of Wei Qingfan's mouth curled into a cynical smile. He casually glanced at Shen Yunqi with a hint of disdain between his proud brows. Shen Yunqi was also a proud person. Towards Wei Qingfan's involuntary provocation, he directly responded with a look of indifference. While the two of them were exchanging pleasantries, they also discovered Luo Mingshan and Chu Hen, who had not yet woken up. Wei Qingfan frowned, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Then the two of them walked down the stage and returned to their respective martial house teams. Congratulations, big brother. You're amazing. Xanwen hurriedly walked to Shen Yunqi's side and gently held his arm under the jealous gazes of many young girls around them. Shen Yunqi smiled and gently tapped Shen Xanwen's nose. It's nothing. Don't be so modest. As Xanwen spoke, she glanced at the young figure on the stage, who was still in a state of perception. She then changed the topic and said, a certain person who only knows how to put on an act is not even as good as your little fingernail. On the side of Tifeng Province, there was also a chorus of congratulations. Wei Qingfan was originally the monstrous genius with the highest cultivation and the best talent in the entire Tifeng Province team. After seeing the results just now, everyone was full of admiration for him. Congratulations, Yi Yu said softly, and there was a hint of gentleness between her willowy eyebrows. Wei Qingfan responded with a gentle smile, and without hesitation, he gently slid his finger across her cheek. Thank you. Yi Yu could not help but blush, and there was a hint of shyness in her eyes. Did you light up all the runes on the giant bell? Yes, almost. Wei Qingfan raised his head slightly and glanced at Shen Yunqi from the corner of his eyes. He said with a playful tone, there are still 2 runes left. There are only 2 runes left to complete? Wei Qingfan's casual tone caused the surrounding people to suck in a breath of cold air and exclaim in surprise. Genius! What a genius! Especially those who had sensed the power of the Phantom Bell, they were especially aware of how difficult it was to light up those runes. Towards the end, they could only persevere by relying on their extremely firm willpower. However, Wei Qingfan only had 2 runes left to complete. This kind of result was really something that countless people looked up to. On the side, Yao frowned slightly. There was an indescribable repulsion towards Wei Qingfan. She bit her small lip with her silver teeth, and her big eyes continued to look at Chu Hen on the stage in front of her. Humph! Don't be too happy too early. The core instructor of the Imperial Martial Arts Academy, Hong Lian, sneered disdainfully. In an instant, only 2 people were left on the entire stage, Chu Hen and Luo Mengchang. Regarding this situation, everyone could not help but feel a little funny. One was the top of the high-ranked martial house in the capital, and the other was at the bottom from the beginning. In the eyes of the majority, Chu Hen seemed out of place and even an indescribable eyesore. Until when is that guy going to sleep? Who knows? Looking at the Golden Bell Phantom that he conjured, it doesn't seem to be much worse than Wei Qingfan and the others. That's funny. It looks about the same, but in reality, there's a huge difference. I dare say that even if he is the last to wake up, at most he will get an ordinary rune. Compared to Wei Qingfan and Xin Yunxi, he is not qualified. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. In fact, at this time it was difficult for the people below the stage to judge who had lit up the most runes based on the degree of materialization of the Golden Bell Phantom. They all looked the same, almost as if they were solid, and it was difficult to distinguish. Even so, in the eyes of the crowd, Chu Hen, Wei Qingfan, Xin Yunxi, and the others could not be compared at all. A dim space, a hazy world. The ancient giant bell standing in front of Chu Hen exuded a majestic aura like a mountain. If someone was standing next to it at this moment, they would be shocked by the scene in front of them. On the giant bell that soared into the sky, the dazzling runes were like silver flowing lights moving back and forth, flashing with a bright, glass-like luster. At the top of the giant bell, there were only 2 runes that had not been lit up. One of the runes was like a crescent moon, and the other was like a blazing sun. Buzz, buzz! A steady stream of power was being exported from Chu Hen's body and integrated into the giant bell. But this power seemed to have entered a bottomless pit, falling into a quagmire. Chu Hen had long felt physically and mentally exhausted, and an endless sense of weakness filled his whole body. Can't I complete the remaining 2 runes? Chu Hen gritted his teeth and tried hard to continue the operation and output of power. All kinds of exhaustion continued to magnify in his body, and Chu Hen only felt that he could lose consciousness at any time and fall to the ground powerlessly. No, I haven't reached my limit yet. I can continue. Even though his arms and legs were beginning to tremble, Chu Hen did not plan to give up. Buzz! Suddenly, the crescent moon rune at the top of the giant bell began to glow faintly. The faint white and silver light flickered like a firefly. Sacred demonic body. Chaotic body. Chu Hen gritted his teeth and used all his strength to mobilize the last bit of power that his 2 great bloodlines could provide. Buzz! A frenzied aura swept out in all directions. 1 purple and 1 black, 2 illusory beams of light lingered around Chu Hen's body and rapidly rotated. The biting cold wind caused this strange space to tremble. Chu Hen's aura was like a violent tide exploding. A huge amount of power poured out from Chu Hen's body, and his determined black eyes also turned demonic purple in an instant. The purple light and the black light quickly extended towards the top of the giant bell. With a zung sound, the crescent moon-shaped rune immediately blossomed with bright light. There's only 1 more left. Chu Hen was both surprised and happy. He could clearly feel that there was boundless energy surging within the giant bell. However, at the same time, Chu Hen had already reached his limit. No matter if it was his mind or body, they were all exhausted and powerless. There was only 1 more left. Chu Hen used all his strength and held onto his last breath, pouring the last sliver of power he had into the bell. Boom! When the last sliver of power was used up, Chu Hen's consciousness quickly blurred. However, at the same time, the demonic purple light and the brutal black light quickly surged towards the remaining rune. Along with a vast vibration, all of the mysterious runes on the surface of the bell lit up, forming tens of millions of lightning bolt-like patterns that constantly intertwined and flickered. Clang! A heart-wrenching chime rang in Chu Hen's ears. It poured into the depths of his soul and plucked at his heartstrings. Chapter 142. Buzz! When Chu Hen used his last bit of strength to integrate all of his power into the ancient bell in front of him, endless fatigue and weakness immediately occupied Chu Hen's mind. His consciousness quickly fell into a blur, and he was about to wake up from the state of perception in the next second. However, it was also at this moment that the last mysterious rune on the top of the giant bell suddenly lit up. Along with a bell chime that seeped into one's soul and tugged at one's heartstrings, the runes and secret scrolls that covered the surface of the bell were like tens of thousands of lightning pillars, wantonly interweaving and flashing. a monstrous golden light bloomed from the top of the bell, and the majestic power was like a terrifying volcanic eruption. The hazy space where Chu Hen was in became violent and uneasy, and the wild power fluctuations were like a turbulent sea. At the moment when Chu Hen was about to fall, the golden light surged towards Chu Hen from all directions and directly drowned him. Dang! The melodious sound of the bell seemed to cross the mountains, rivers, and seas, passing through the turbulent world and into Chu Hen's ears. In the next moment, a particularly large and strange power gathered between Chu Hen's eyebrows. This was a power that was different from essential essence, but it was undeniably powerful at this moment. Chu Hen's state was very strange. It was as if he was floating in midair, surrounded by a hazy mist. His consciousness was a little blurred, and he felt a little dizzy. Chu Hen just quietly stayed like this, not wanting to move at all, feeling more comfortable. Buzz. After an unknown period of time, Chu Hen's consciousness began to become clear. However, at this moment, his divine sense had arrived in a dim palace. The surroundings were filled with boundless chaotic space, like a vast starry river. Then, something even more amazing happened. Countless golden light rays appeared between heaven and earth, and the dense golden light rays quickly gathered at the center with the momentum of 100 rivers flowing into the sea. This is... Chu Hen was particularly surprised to sense the scene, and there seemed to be some kind of surging strange power in his mind. Is this my Naiwen Palace? The Naiwen Palace was where one's spirit and soul resided. In the next moment, the endless golden light actually condensed into a bright spot of light. That spot of light was like a seed, wrapped in resplendent holy light. Soon after, the speck of light fell straight down, like a drop of water falling into the soil, instantly fusing with the darkness. This, before Chu Hen had time to be confused, something even more surprising happened in the next second. A streak of golden light drilled out from the dark ground. Upon closer inspection, that streak of light was actually a tiny sprout. An obscure energy fluctuation faintly appeared in this space. That sprout actually began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had already grown 2 new leaves. They were 2 golden leaves that were filled with the aura of new life. Strands of golden luster lingered around the leaves, and on the 2 new leaves there was a faint silver glow flowing. The silver glow intertwined with each other and converged into the mysterious runes. Tao Seed. These 2 words involuntarily appeared in Chu Hen's mind. In the Naiwen Palace, the Tao Seed, feeling the power emitted from that sprout, which was different from spiritual ether, Chu Hen was both surprised and happy. In other words, that was Reiki energy. Now he was a beginner rune master. The surprise came too suddenly. At the same time, Chu Hen was secretly happy. Fortunately, he had gritted his teeth and persevered. Rune master, Reiki energy. Chu Hen was very clear about the high status of rune masters in the Sacred Star Dynasty. Buzz buzz! Just when Chu Hen was overjoyed, the tiny sprout lightly swayed its 2 new leaves. Along with a strange energy fluctuation, several sparkling and translucent, glass-like runes quietly rose up. At the same time, a huge amount of energy flowed into Chu Hen's body. Holy Bell Square. 5 giant towers exuded a majestic aura like a mountain. At the top of the main tower, the illusionary spirit bell blossomed with holy light that shrouded the central platform below. On the platform, Luo Mengchang and Chu Hen seemed to be bathed in holy light. The golden bell phantom that the 2 had conjured was no different from the real thing. This is really making me anxious. Why is it not over yet? Who knows? At this time, the emotions of the crowd below the platform began to become a little uneasy. The mentors and genius students of the major martial houses were more or less anxious. They wanted to turn around and leave, but they were also curious about what kind of power Luo Mengchang had obtained. In comparison, there were not many people who were concerned about Chu Hen. Dang, Suddenly, a loud and clear sound of a bell accompanied by a strong airflow swept out from the stage. Everyone's hearts trembled because the power of this bell sound surpassed everyone else's before. What? The mentors and students present, including the two top geniuses, Wei Qingfan and Xin Yunqi, all revealed solemn expressions. Imperial Martial Academy's core mentor Red Lotus eyes lit up, and a faint smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. It's junior sister Meng Chong. She is finally going to wake up. I wonder what kind of power she has obtained. Under the different gazes of the audience, the golden bell phantom that Luo Mengchong had conjured was covered with fine cracks. Then, the golden bell phantom shattered into countless crystal fragments that floated above the platform. Countless fragments of light swirled around Luo Mengchong's body. They were light and elegant, like a meteor shower. Luo Mengchong's beautiful long hair danced with the airflow. It was a beautiful and ethereal scene. This scene was like a poem or a painting. Countless male students were a little dazed as they watched. Just as everyone was looking forward to what kind of curse runes Luo Mengchong had obtained, something strange happened. The golden light that filled the sky did not converge into any curse runes, but it did not dissipate and hide either. Instead, it fused into Luo Mengchong's delicate body from all directions. What's going on? Junior sister Mengchong didn't even get a single curse rune. That shouldn't be the case. The bell chime, just now, seemed to vibrate even more than senior brother Wei Qingfan and Xin Yunqi. There were all kinds of noises in the audience. If she really did not obtain a single curse rune, then wouldn't Luo Mengchong's result be worse than Yi Yao by Yue and the others? However, while everyone was discussing, they did not notice the shocked expressions on the faces of the people from St. Bell City. Even the patriarch Lei Shi was holding onto his walking stick tightly with one hand. His wrinkled old face was clearly filled with amazement. This little girl is amazing. The powerful aura converged back into Luo Mengchong's body. She opened her beautiful eyes, which were clear and full of moving ripples. Huh, only me and him are left? Luo Mengchong looked at Chu Hen, who had not yet woken up, with a slightly surprised expression. Then, she got up and returned to the audience. Junior sister Mengchong, what's going on? What power did you obtain? The students of the Imperial Martial Academy hurriedly surrounded them. Luo Mengchong's intelligent eyes were filled with a hint of mischief. She exchanged glances with instructor Hong Lian and smiled, before replying, "It's a secret." Secret? Looking at the other party's mysterious look, everyone could not help but feel confused. TSK, what are you so proud of? Xinwen from Lingxi Martial House glanced at the Imperial Martial Academy unhappily, then said frivolously, "If you didn't get a rune, then you didn't get one. Why are you pretending to be mysterious?" In her eyes, there was only one outstanding person, and that was her brother, Xin Yunqi. Let's go, let's go. There's nothing to see any more, Shangzhe said loudly without hesitation. That's true. Ren Wei, Guisan, and the others from Tifeng province also agreed. What happens next is purely a waste of time. There's no need to stay here any longer. There was a commotion in the audience. Now, only Chu Hen was left on the stage. However, in the eyes of many, there was no need to continue waiting. Everyone's expectations of Chu Hen were not high to begin with. Moreover, Shang Zhe, Guisan, and Rinwei were fanning the flames and making all sorts of sarcastic remarks. Although the teachers and students from Tensei Prefecture were angry with the behavior of the crowd, there was nothing they could say. It was their choice to do what they wanted to do. No one had the right to interfere. Moreover, it was not the first time that the two of them from Tensei Prefecture were looked down upon. They were already used to this kind of situation. Let's go, Wei Qingfan said to Yi Yu, who was next to him. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. There was a hint of cynicism and a hint of indifference. Yi Yu nodded and gently agreed. Little Yao, let's go back. Sister, wait a minute. Yi Yao hurriedly advised. Her gaze was filled with reluctance as she looked at the young figure on the platform who had yet to awaken. There's nothing to wait for, Yi replied indifferently with a hint of contempt in her tone. I want to see what kind of curse runes big brother Chu Hen can obtain. Haha, forget it. Junior sister Yi Yao. Ren Wei sneered disdainfully. The reason why he hasn't woken up yet is because the speed at which he lit up the runes is too slow. Do you really think he's that capable? Don't talk about big brother Chu Hen like that. Yi Yao furrowed her brows and her face was filled with anger. Ren Wei did not take it seriously at all. Humph, he's just a low-class person with good luck. Does he really have the ability to fly? Let's go, let's go. Many students from the higher martial houses turned around and prepared to leave the Holy Bell Square. However, in less than 5 seconds after everyone turned around, an enormous aura suddenly rose from the stage like a stormy sea. Clang, immediately after, a deafening bell chime shook the surroundings, causing pain in the eardrums of countless people. The impact of the mighty sound waves caused the ground under his feet to tremble slightly. Everyone's complexion suddenly changed. One after another, they turned their heads to look. The golden holy radiance that enveloped the stage was actually rapidly revolving around Chu Hen's body, and the golden bell above his head was densely packed with cracks. Countless dazzling beams of light shot out from the cracks. Chapter 143. What's going on? Along with the deafening sound of the bell, the people who were preparing to leave were all shaken to the point that their eardrums were buzzing. Everyone turned around and stared at the only young figure left on the stage. Shi Lan from the Tensei Prefecture trembled slightly. Her jade-like hands were clenched, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. This power is rumble. The illusionary spirit bell sprinkled down a golden, holy radiance that enveloped the stage. The originally stable power at this moment unexpectedly became especially chaotic. The vast and mighty radiance, with Chu Hen as the center, continuously revolved. Countless cracks appeared on the golden bell phantom, suspended in the air, and a dazzling light beam shot out from the cracks. What is that? Looking at the light beam that shot out from the cracks on the golden bell phantom, not only the geniuses of the martial houses, but also the mentors who led the teams were astonished. This feeling was like the scorching light of the morning sun. Kacha! The cracks increased, and the huge power fluctuation caused the space on the platform to faintly tremble. Dong! At the same time that the illusory golden bell collapsed, another earth-shaking bell chime reverberated across the Holy Bell Square. However, what shocked everyone was that the incomparably loud bell chime did not originate from Chu Hen, but from the sky above the 5 bell towers. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted to the top of the bell towers. The 5 main towers were covered with flashing runes, and their momentum was magnificent like an ancient god. At the top of the main tower in the center, the illusionary spirit bell, the treasure of Holy Bell City, emitted a power fluctuation that was particularly unstable. The second terrifying bell chime just now originated from it. The world quietly changed color, and the wind and clouds surged. The mighty golden light surged like a raging tide, hovering above the 5 bell towers. In the void, there was a constant rumble of thunder. In an instant, the entire Holy Bell Square felt as if they were in the midst of a storm. The young figure on the platform was still sitting as steady as Mount Tai, and his handsome face was full of determination. Patriarch Lei Shi, what's going on? Yu Shan, a core instructor of the Mammoth Martial House, asked. However, Lei Shi did not reply. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together. His pair of old eyes were filled with seriousness as he stared at the illusionary spirit bell at the peak of the main tower. His withered old hand tightly gripped the walking stick in his hand, appearing extremely nervous. Kacha! A clear and heavy cracking sound was transmitted to everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone's pupils involuntarily shrank. they saw that a deep crack had actually appeared on the illusionary spirit bell. Oh my God! The illusionary spirit bell cracked. What happened? The tribesmen of St. Bell City immediately fell into a panic. The fear on their faces made them feel like the sky was about to collapse. However, Leisure and the other elders did not panic too much. It was as if in their eyes, something like this would happen sooner or later. Everyone, don't panic. It's just a matter of time. Leisure held his walking stick tightly in one hand and said helplessly, Grandpa Patriarch, what's going on? Everyone present looked at Leisure with puzzled eyes. The latter's eyes narrowed slightly as he shook his head and said in a deep voice, Actually, when the illusionary spirit bell was in the hands of Patriarch Lei Huan, it was already a defective item. Defective? Everyone was stunned. The leading instructors of the various martial houses were also surprised. According to Patriarch Lei Huan, the body of the illusionary spirit bell has already been damaged. Even though he tried his best to repair it, it was only temporary. One day, the body will still be destroyed. Leisure's old face was filled with complex emotions. His words were filled with regret. He really did not expect that this day would come so suddenly. Kacha! During this period, cracks continuously appeared on the illusionary spirit bell. The deep and dark cracks were like the cracks of a dry riverbed. At this moment, no one cared about Chu Hen, who was on the stage. Everyone's attention was focused on the illusionary spirit bell. In the blink of an eye, the illusionary spirit bell, which was more than 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide, was full of cracks. The silver light patterns that were flowing on its surface had also become extremely unstable. Rumble. Agitated power vibrations surged up and spread out while the spirit bell buzzed. That restless power vibrations were like volcanoes that had been brewing underground magma. Boom! A violent explosion directly exploded above everyone's head. Everyone's mind trembled. The illusionary spirit bell, which was shining with silver light, forcibly exploded into thousands of pieces on the top of the main tower. A circle of vigorous golden airwaves spread out on the Holy Bell Square. The ferocious, surging power shook the square like a star exploding. The 5 clock towers kept shaking, and countless cracks appeared on the surface of the towers. Dust flew up and rocks flew everywhere. The crowd in the square could not stand steadily. The piercingly cold aura stirred up gusts of wind. "What is that?" a young student cried out in surprise. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Focusing their gazes, they saw a ball of golden light rapidly descending from the sky. Like a meteor falling from the sky, it flew towards Chu Hen's position on the Dao platform. Artifact spirit. It's the artifact spirit of the illusionary spirit bell. An old man from St. Bell City said excitedly. Artifact spirit? The crowd burst into an uproar again. Shilan, Yushan, Ligu, Honglian, and the other core instructors from the various martial houses were also shocked. There's an artifact spirit? That means this illusionary spirit bell is a spirit artifact. Moreover, only spirit artifacts that are ranked at the top of the spirit artifact ranking have artifact spirits. However, while the crowd was still in shock, a few old men from St. Bell City had already issued orders to the younger generation beside them. Quick! Subdue the artifact spirit of the illusionary spirit bell. Before their voices faded, Lei Zhen, Lei Li, and the other young geniuses from St. Bell City had already dashed out like agile cheetahs toward the platform. Swoosh! With a leap, Lei Zhen jumped almost 10 meters into the air. He unleashed his powerful true origin energy that was close to core transformation stage Wu Xiao's and charged toward the artifact spirit of the illusionary spirit bell. However, right at this moment, a resplendent light erupted from the cluster of golden light. The light that was like a sea of smoke transformed into a surging shockwave that struck Lei Zhen's body. The latter's expression changed drastically, and being caught off guard, he was sent flying from midair. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Lei Zhen's mouth. Following that, Lei Li and the other geniuses from St. Bell City were pushed back by the powerful shockwave before they could even get close to the artifact spirit of the illusionary spirit bell. Seeing this, the instructors and disciples from the various martial houses were extremely shocked. The body of the bell had been destroyed, and only the artifact spirit was left. How could it still possess such powerful strength? In an instant, a burning desire appeared in the eyes of many genius disciples. Since all of you can't subdue the artifact spirit of the illusionary spirit bell, I'll do it for you. A young disciple with decent strength immediately flew up into the air. At the same time, Imperial Wind Wei Qing Fan, Spirit Rhino Shinyunshi, Heavenly Star by Yue, Bien Hong, and the others, numerous genius students with extraordinary strength flashed out from their respective academies' teams, and all of them were like arrows that had left the bow as they swiftly charged up the platform. Buzz. Chapter 144. In an instant, the St. Bell Square was plunged into all sorts of chaos. The illusionary spirit, Bell's body, suddenly split open, causing the genius students of the various martial houses to start fighting over the spirit. Previously, everyone knew that this illusionary spirit bell was not an ordinary item, but they did not expect it to contain a spirit. Even on the spiritual weapon ranking, only the top-ranked divine weapons would contain a spirit. Such a treasure would definitely cause people to break their heads and bleed for it in the outside world. Especially after seeing that Lei Zhen, Lei Li, and the other geniuses of the St. Bell City were unable to subdue the spirit of the illusionary spirit bell. Even Wei Qingfan and Shinyunchi were tempted. Swoosh! Many genius students with extraordinary strength rushed out from their respective academies' teams. Each of them moved swiftly and violently like arrows released from a bow as they charged towards the spirit. Buzz, buzz! The spirit of the illusionary spirit bell had transformed into a golden ball of light. It was no more than 1/2 meter tall, and the illusory silhouette of a golden bell appeared. An obscure yet powerful energy fluctuation was constantly being released from his body. The faces of the surrounding people all revealed a lot of fervent and longing. I, Huguin, will take this thing. The one who spoke was a young man wearing the badge of the Bright Moon Academy. A surging aura erupted from his body, showing that he had actually reached the 9th level of the element opening realm. Vigorous quintessential essence instantly erupted from his opponent's palm, and a huge suction force enveloped the bell spirit light silhouette. Humph. You think you're qualified to touch this treasure? An extremely contemptuous sneer followed. Emperor-style Wei Qingfan had already rushed in front of the other party. At the same time, Lingxi Shinyunchi also arrived. Put it down. Wei Qingfan raised his hand and raised his palm. A solid golden palm print separated from his palm and advanced forward with an unstoppable momentum. Shin Yunchi stretched out his right index and middle fingers, and a swift and fierce sword energy burst out like a shooting star. It tore through the air, leaving behind a transparent airwave. 2 top geniuses attacked at the same time. The Bright Moon Academy genius called Huguin's face instantly turned pale, and his contracted pupils were filled with panic. Boom! The extremely powerful attack landed solidly on the opponent's body. The strong airflow on the stage swept out in all directions, along with the violent turbulence of Jin Yuan. The genius from the Bright Moon Academy felt as if he had been hit by a mountain and was sent flying. He crashed heavily on the ground, spitting out blood and unable to get up. F*CK, even a level 9 of the element opening realm can't handle it? On the Tensei Prefecture's side, the corner of Mu Feng's eyes, who was about to rush up to the Dao platform to fish in troubled waters, could not help but twitch twice. Then he consciously retracted his footsteps. When Li Huiyi, Zhou Lu, and the others saw this, they couldn't help but feel angry and amused. Senior Brother Mufeng, you'd better stay here obediently. If you go up there, your legs will definitely be broken. Li Hui said. Yes, that makes sense. Mufeng nodded and then cursed. Sigh, People's hearts are not what they used to be. They're simply a group of robbers. That old clan elder of St. Bell City is probably sick from anger. On the Dow platform, sparks flew everywhere. Multicolored true origin energies clashed together, and the Dow platform was about to be torn apart by the crowd. Some people were blasted down the moment they touched the Bell Spirit's phantom. Some people didn't even touch it before they were attacked by the crowd. There were also some who were slapped out of the arena for no apparent reason by some random person. It was a complete mess on the platform. Of course, the teachers had no intention of interfering with the students' ruckus. Everyone present was a core teacher, the most powerful instructors of each martial house. They all understood that no matter when, where there were people, there would be fights. And once a fight started, it all depended on one's own strength to stand firm. Fighting for the illusory spirit Bell's artifact spirit could be regarded as a trial on the path of growth. They were all young and vigorous youths, so who cared what they did? The teachers didn't care, but the people from St. Bell City were all furious. "You!" An old man pointed at Imperial Martial Academy's core teacher, Red Lotus, and scolded, "This is too impudent. The illusory spirit bell belongs to our St. Bell City. Why aren't you telling them to stop?" However, Red Lotus didn't seem to care at all. Her eyelids twitched, and she replied indifferently, "Didn't your clan elders say clearly what kind of power you can obtain from the illusory spirit bell? Isn't this artifact spirit a part of the illusory spirit bell's power? Since this artifact spirit is also a part of the illusory spirit bell's power, isn't it reasonable for them to fight for it with their own strength?" Red Lotus's words sounded reasonable, and it was indeed the case. The old man was so angry that he couldn't retort. He could only look at clan elder Leisure. Leisure sighed helplessly. His shriveled lips trembled slightly, but in the end he shook his head and chose to let them do what they wanted. No matter what, the illusory spirit bell's artifact spirit couldn't be kept. Even if the young disciples of the high-ranked martial houses in the capital city didn't fight for this artifact spirit today, this matter would definitely spread like wildfire in a few days. At that time, some people from all walks of life who wandered around the Heaven Lake mountain range would come to spy on them. This was another headache. From Leisure's point of view, the most important goal was to ensure the safety of St. Bell City. Moreover, the illusory spirit Bell's body had been destroyed. Just the artifact spirit alone would definitely be far less powerful than before. The only thing that made Leisure feel regretful was that this item was left behind by the Lei Huan clan elder. It really made him feel a little sad. "Mingshang, you don't plan to take the artifact spirit?" Red Lotus asked Luo Mingshang, who was standing quietly beside her. Luo Mingshang shook her head slightly and replied softly, "No, I can't compete with them." "Is that so?" Red Lotus said in disbelief. Luo Mingshang smiled faintly. Her bright eyes flickered, but she didn't say anything. Boom! On the platform, the geniuses of the high-ranked martial houses were fighting fiercely. Slowly, everyone seemed to be really angry. They didn't care about the purpose of coming up here. They all looked for their own opponents and fought fiercely. "Humph, you want to get your hands on this item? Get out of my way." Wei Qingfan sent a young genius student flying with a palm strike. His powerful aura shocked everyone present. Dragon capturing hand. With a loud shout, Wei Qingfan placed his left hand on his right arm. Then he flipped his right hand from the inside to the outside and quickly reached out with a single hand. A huge golden hand that was several meters wide suddenly transformed into existence. Under Wei Qingfan's control, the golden hand swept in all directions and grabbed at the illusory golden bell suspended in midair. What a shocking aura! Everyone's expression changed. As expected of Wei Qingfan, such a powerful aura almost suppressed everyone. However, just as the golden hand was about to touch the bell's spirit phantom, a beautiful and solid plum blossom shot out with a spinning momentum. As it moved rapidly, the plum blossom turned into a sharp sword shadow at an extremely fast speed. The sharp glint tore through the air and pierced everyone's eardrums. Swoosh! The plum blossom transformed into a sword shadow that sliced through the golden hand's wrist. The unstoppable sword chi was like a sharp blade piercing through tofu. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd below, Shin Yunqi's strike directly cut through the golden hand that Wei Qingfan had conjured. Young Master Wei, don't forget about me. Shin Yunqi's sword aura was sharp. Rays of sword chi lingered around his body, and his powerful aura wasn't any weaker than Wei Qingfan's. Wei Qingfan sneered. His brows were filled with arrogance and disdain. Plum Blossom, Sword Shin Yunqi, I've heard a lot about you. How can a mere lowly name compare to young Master Wei? Since you know that your name is lowly, then leave. Boom! Surging true origin energy erupted from Wei Qingfan's body like a raging waterfall. It swept up the majestic pressure of a mountain as it attacked Shin Yunqi. Shin Yunqi didn't show any weakness. Sword chi condensed in his palm, and it was extremely sharp. Seeing the two top geniuses, Wei Qingfan and Shin Yunqi, fighting each other, everyone below the stage revealed pleasant surprise in their eyes. This kind of battle wasn't something that could be seen casually. As the two of them fought, the geniuses of the Spirit Rhino Martial House and Tifeng Province couldn't help but fight each other. Guo-sun, watch my sword. The arrogant Shang Zhe stabbed at Guo-sun with a sword that blossomed with a dazzling light. Truthfully speaking, Guo-sun was stronger than his opponent. Under normal circumstances, Shang Zhe wouldn't be Guo-sun's opponent. But just 2 days ago, Guo-sun's palm had been pierced by Chu Hen's Demon Punisher spear in a battle with Chu Hen. Under a situation where his right hand had yet to recover, Shang Zhe was still able to deal with Guo Senior whoosh. As Guo-sun dodged his opponent's attack, he suddenly said in a low voice, there's no meaning in us fighting. Look over there. Over there? The corner of Shang Zhe's eyes narrowed, and he looked towards the direction that the other party was pointing at. On the other side of the Dao platform, there was a young figure still sitting there as if there was no one around. His eyes were closed, and he was like a boulder. Shang Zhe's face couldn't help but be covered in frost. Bastard brat. You're actually still dreaming at such a time. Do you think there'll be anyone who will investigate if it's an accidental injury? Guo-sun smiled slyly. Accidental injury? Shang Zhe was first startled before his eyes lit up, and a sinister look flashed in his eyes. You understand now. Guo-sun smiled even more complacently. Shang Zhe sneered, and once again raised his sword and chopped at Guo Senior. Guo-sun, lie down. Compared to the previous attack, Shang Zhe's attack was clearly slower. Guo-sun understood, and stretched out his left arm to easily grab his opponent's wrist. The genius of the Spirit Rhino Martial House is only SOO. Bang! Guo-sun pushed out his hand and slapped Shang Zhe's arm. The treasured sword in Shang Zhe's hand instantly flew out, and the place that the treasured sword flew towards was not somewhere else. Impressively, it was where Chu Hen was. Swish! The gleaming sword was like a flowing light that could trace back thousands of years, exuding endless danger and murderous intent. Big brother Chu Hen, watch out! Yi Yao's panicked voice suddenly rang out from below the stage. In that instant, everyone's eyes turned towards Chu Hen, and their pupils involuntarily shrank. The sharp sword had already arrived in front of Chu Hen. What was going on? Shilan, Zui Mo Mufeng, and the other teachers from Tensei Prefecture were all shocked. Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, and the rest were equally shocked. Guo-sun and Shang Zhe already had a smug smile on their faces, and the scene of Chu Hen being pierced through the chest appeared in their minds. However, just as the sword was less than 10 centimeters away from its target, Chu Hen suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 dazzling rays of light burst out. He instantly raised his right hand, forming a palm blade with one hand and accurately chopped down on the body of the sword. Ding! The crisp sound was both pleasant and ear-piercing. The treasured sword was broken into 2 pieces at the sound. Then a cold and ruthless aura rose from Chu Hen's body like frost, and his lips curled up as he spoke in an indifferent voice. Chapter 145. Ding! Just as Guo Sun and Shang Zhe were feeling proud of their plan, the sharp sword that was supposed to pierce into Chu Hen's chest broke into 2 and fell to the ground. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. Do you really think I'm asleep? A cold and ruthless aura spread out from Chu Hen's body. He slowly stood up from the stage, and an aura as strong as a mountain flowed out of his body. Everyone in the audience was shocked, especially Shilan, Zhuo Emo, Mu Feng, Zhou Lu, and the other teachers and students from Tensei Prefecture. They could clearly feel that the aura emanating from Chu Hen was several levels stronger than before. What was even more shocking was the cold aura on his body. It was as cold as a sharp knife. I told you he should have woken up long ago, Luo Mengchang of Imperial Martial Academy murmured. Previously, when the illusionary spirit clock cracked, Chu Hen had already woken up. However, there were 2 reasons why he didn't get up. One was to calm the chaotic newborn energy in his body. The other was to find a suitable time to seize the bell spirit. However, Chu Hen didn't expect that Guo Sun and Shang Zhe would be so shameless as to use the chaotic scene as a cover to attack him. Under such circumstances, if they insisted that it was an accident, Chu Hen could only blame it on his bad luck. After all, everyone was fighting on the stage, and he was still asleep. Who could he blame if he was accidentally injured? Of course, this was just Shang Zhe and Guo Sen's smart idea. Endless, ruthless energy spread out from Chu Hen's body. He slightly raised his right hand with his palm facing up, and his fingers pointed at Shang Zhe and Guo San in an extremely provocative manner. Come on, 2 pieces of trash, I'm right here. If you can kill me, then you have the ability. The word trash was as cold as a knife and exceptionally harsh to the ears. At this moment, Shang Zhe and Guo San were humiliated by Chu Hen in front of countless people. It was impossible for anyone to remain indifferent. Guo San and Shang Zhe clenched their teeth. They exchanged glances with each other and saw the killing intent and fury in each other's eyes. You said it yourself. Guo San was furious. He didn't believe that he and Shang Zhe couldn't handle Chu Hen. You can get your ass over here, Chu Hen said coldly. Courting death. Shang Zhe let out a furious roar, raising a piercingly cold gale as he charged towards Chu Hen. Sharp silver sword chi coiled around his arms like spirit snakes, and his hands turned into palm blades as he slashed straight towards Chu Hen's throat. Die! Humph, full of loopholes. A sneer appeared at the corner of Chu Hen's mouth. With a change of footwork, he easily dodged his opponent's palm blades. Without waiting for Shang Zhe to change his attack, Chu Hen raised his hand at lightning speed and grabbed his opponent's right wrist. Then he exerted strength in his arm and pulled Shang Zhe down. Shang Zhe only felt that the strength in Chu Hen's palm exceeded 10,000 kilograms. His opponent lost his balance and fell forward. When Shang Zhe's body fell forward, his head also fell down. In the next instant, Chu Hen directly raised his right leg and firmly kneed Shang Zhe's face. Bang! A circle of scattered true origin energy rose up, and a muffled explosion reverberated on the stage. The pupils of everyone present rapidly shrank. They saw Shang Zhe let out a muffled groan, and then his entire body was sent flying. Scarlet blood continuously spurted from his mouth and nose. Blood splattered everywhere, and he was in a daze. Not far away, Exenwen, who stood with Lin Hai, could not help but cover her mouth with her trembling hands. She could not bear to look at Shang Zhe's fate. Ruthless, really ruthless, simple and violent, hitting people in the face, stepping on people in the head. Although Chu Hen's strike seemed simple, the force of impact was especially shocking. At the same time that Shang Zhe was sent flying, Guo Sun, who was following closely behind, suddenly arrived in front of Chu Hen. The greenish-gray evil water emitted a thick and dangerous aura. His evil water battle body was a kind of mutated bloodline boundary, and it possessed an extremely strong poison. The surging palm energy directly hit Chu Hen's face. "Stinking brat, lie down for me!" Guo Sen's face revealed a ferocious expression. Bang! He had originally thought that he would definitely kill Chu Hen with his palm, but he had actually forcefully hit the air. The violent true origin energy caused the airflow on the stage to set off a heavy explosion. Just a second ago, Guo Sen only saw a black shadow flash in front of him, and Chu Hen had strangely disappeared from the spot. "Guo Sen, behind you!" Ran Wei, who was on the other side, shouted in a stern voice. What? Guo Sen's heart jumped, and he only felt a cold and dangerous aura coming from behind him. However, without waiting for him to react, Chu Hen lifted his leg and kicked the joint of Guo Sen's back knee. A loud bang, along with Guo Sen's miserable howl, caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble. Guo Sen directly knelt on the stage, and when his knees touched the ground, the floor tiles shattered. At the same time, the bones in Guo Sen's knees were also shattered. The howl that sounded like a pig being slaughtered caused the scalps of countless people in the audience to go numb. Looking at Guo Sen, whose knees had been shattered, kneeling on the stage, everyone's eyes were filled with deep disbelief. Oh my God! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Guo Sen had the powerful strength of the 6th level of the element opening stage. Just a few days ago, if Chu Hen wanted to defeat his opponent, he would need to expend a lot of effort. But now it was simply an instant kill. This kind of difference was really a little too big. What was even more shocking was Chu Hen's methods. He clearly looked like a handsome and gentle youth, but once he became ruthless, even many of the martial house instructors present were shocked. Bastard! Ren Wei, who was not far away, was shocked and angry at the same time. Endless killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he immediately took out the fallen spirit talisman for self-defense without hesitation. An extremely violent energy was released from the palm of his hand. Humph! A frivolous sneer appeared on Chu Hen's face. Before Ren Wei could activate the fallen spirit talisman to launch a sure-kill attack, the temperature on the stage suddenly dropped to freezing point. A domineering cold energy rose from Chu Hen's body, and a thick layer of frost immediately formed on the stage between the two. Not only did Ren Wei's movements become sluggish, even the circulation of his true yuan also slowed down. This situation was extremely dangerous for Ren Wei. Great waterfall, mountain-crushing palm. Ren Wei's pupils violently shrank, and the hearts of the audience trembled. Bang! A terrifying force like a mountain attacked Ren Wei's body. A powerful shockwave rippled out like a ripple on the surface of water, along with an incomparably fierce gust of wind. The sand and stones on the ground were swept up, causing pain to the faces of the onlookers. Under countless shocked gazes, Ren Wei directly drew a parabola in the air, and then heavily landed on the ground. Bang! Dust flew into the air. Ren Wei continuously dragged a 10-meter long trail on the ground before he was able to stop. His body was covered in blood, and his chest had caved in. His sternum was broken, and his internal organs were displaced. He lay half dead on the ground, unable to even get up. Silence, a deathly silence. He had defeated 3 geniuses in a row, 2 of which had reached the 6th level of the element opening realm, and all of them were defeated in an instant. The audience was shocked, and countless people looked at Chu Hen as if they were looking at a monster. Was this really a new recruit this year? That was way too perverted. This was simply brutal. Li Gu, the teacher in charge of the Tifeng province, could be said to have mixed feelings. At this moment, he did not feel embarrassed because of Guo Sen and Ren Wei's consecutive setbacks. He only felt regret for not being able to bring Chu Hen into the Tifeng province. However, it was a little too late to regret now. Big Brother Chu Hen is really amazing. Yi Yao clasped her hands together, and her intelligent big eyes were full of light. From the beginning to the end, from Shaozong College in Raging Rain City until now, Yi Yao's admiration for Chu Hen had never diminished. This feeling was exactly the same as before. However, the difference was that Yi Yu, who stood beside Yi Yao, would not stand on Chu Hen's side like before. At this moment, only a cold frost could be seen on her face. Ha, well fought. Beat him to death. Mu Feng was eager to see the world in chaos. However, for the people in the Tensei Prefecture, it could be said that they had gained a lot of face, and they were secretly delighted. Previously, no matter where they went, the Heavenly Star Marshal House was not spared from people rolling their eyes at them. Now, with the identity of a new student, Chu Hen was able to hang up and beat the old student geniuses of the Spirit Rhino Marshal House and the Emperor Wind Marshal House. This was absolutely venting the resentment of the entire academy. Teacher Shi Lan's beautiful eyes rippled slightly, and a faint thought appeared in between her gentle brows. Even the people in the St. Bell City were dumbfounded. In the past, they had heard people say that the Tensei Prefecture was the worst school in the capital. However, it seemed that things were not as the rumors said. If a new student could be so fierce, one could only imagine how strong the teaching ability of the school was. This kid. Long Qingyang's heart was finally at ease, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. Why didn't he realize that this little brother of his was so scary when he was young? Although there was no change in Long Xuanxuang's expression, there was still a trace of worry in her eyes that had yet to fade. The confrontation on the platform had come to a standstill. Chu Hen's dark eyes darkened, and a powerful force surged out of his body once again. Buzz! Buzz! Everyone was stunned once again. They saw the spirit of the illusory spirit bell floating in midair emit a gentle light, and a joyful energy wave was released. Following that, something that surprised countless people happened. The illusory golden clock's weapon spirit swept across the void and flew straight towards Chu Hen's location. What's going on? What's going on? Chapter 146. Buzz, buzz. When Chu Hen used an absolutely brutal method to torture Shang, Zhe, Guosun, and Ren Wei until there was not a single piece of unscathed skin on their bodies, an especially powerful aura once again rose from Chu Hen's body. Then, something astonishing happened. The artifact spirit of the illusionary spirit bell that was floating in the air suddenly became abnormally active, releasing a brilliant light that was as bright as the sun. Whoosh! In the next instant, under the countless shocked gazes of the audience, the illusory image of the golden bell traversed through the air, dragging a long shadow behind it. It headed straight towards Chu Hen's location. This scene was like the spirit bell had received some kind of summon, and it was consciously getting close to Chu Hen. What's going on? Everyone present was puzzled, and even the mentors of the various martial houses were puzzled. Lei Shi, the clan leader of St. Bell City, could not help but tremble, and he subconsciously blurted out, "The spirit bell has chosen its own master." As soon as this was said, the entire audience was in an uproar. Everyone really could not understand why the illusionary spirit bell would choose to get close to Chu Hen. Was there something on the other party that attracted it? However, at this moment, the other two top geniuses on the stage, Wei Qingfan and Xin Yunqi, suddenly made their moves. Regardless of whether they had a private grudge against Chu Hen, with their qualifications and fame, they absolutely could not allow Chu Hen to take away the illusionary spirit bell from under their noses. Humph! Since the spirit bell doesn't belong to me, don't even think about getting it. Xin Yunqi's eyes turned cold, and two sharp sword-like beams of light burst out. The surging sword qi lingered around his body like ripples, emitting a powerful aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Xin Yunqi raised his right palm, and a steady stream of sword qi quickly gathered in his right arm. In an instant, Shen Yunqi's right hand flashed with a silver light, as if it had been soaked in the holy light of the bright moon, and it was extremely cold. Triple pulse sword! Along with Shen Yunqi's cry, 3 silver shadows immediately flew out from his palm. The cold and sharp aura was unusually strong. As they moved, the 3 silver shadows quickly became sharp and piercingly cold, instantly turning into 3 solid sword chis. The target of the sword chi was the artifact spirit of the illusionary spirit bell. Everyone's expression changed. Shen Yunqi actually wanted to destroy the artifact spirit. At the same time, a powerful torrent like aura erupted from Wei Qingfan. Surging true essence was like a torrent that had broken through a dam, and it completely condensed in his palm. The violent energy fluctuations were like golden holy flames covering his arms, and a circle of invisible air waves rose up on the stage. Wei Qingfan stretched out his right hand, and a powerful aura caused the space to tremble faintly. Dragon seizing hand. Hum, accompanied by the sound of rolling thunder. A large golden hand that was magnified several times separated from Wei Qingfan's right palm. Compared to Wei Qingfan's previous move, the deterrent power this time was more than 10 times stronger. The large golden hand shone like a crystal, and it was extremely powerful. However, Wei Qingfan's target was not the artifact spirit of the illusionary spirit bell, but Chu Hen himself. Oh no! Instructor Zuomo's expression changed drastically from Tensei Prefecture side. Mu Feng, Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and a few other good friends of Chu Hen were also shocked. There was no way Chu Hen could survive this move. Wei Qingfan, you bastard! Long Qingyang was also furious. He never thought that Wei Qingfan would attack Chu Hen under such circumstances. However, anger was of no use. Even instructor Shi Lan from Tensei Prefecture could not save him in time. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, something unexpected happened in an instant. The faces of Yi Yao, Long Xuanchuang, and the rest turned pale. On the stage, the artifact spirit of the illusionary spirit bell had already flown in front of Chu Hen, but Wei Qingfan and Shen Yunqi's ferocious attacks followed closely behind. Sensing the 2 destructive attacks coming at him, he was almost at his wit's end. Both of them were top-notch monstrous geniuses with cultivations above the core transformation stage. Even if Chu Hen's talent was higher and his bloodline was stronger, it was impossible for him to block the attacks of both of them with his cultivation of the 6th level of the element opening stage. A faint look of pity flashed across Chu Hen's eyes. With a flash of his body, a strange energy wave was quietly released. Boom! In the next instant, the 3 meteor-like sword shadows exploded with a powerful destructive power, while the giant golden hand also set off an unstoppable shockwave. Along with a violent energy wave that shook the heavens, the powerful attacks of the 2 top-notch monstrous geniuses all hit the area where Chu Hen was. The ground of the entire Holy Bell Square shook. The magnificent power of True Yuan was like a hot knife through butter, and the violent force was comparable to a mountain crashing down. A powerful shockwave swept across the entire square with the force of 1,000 caddies. Rubble and dirt flew into the air, and the crisscrossing cracks on the ground spread in all directions like a spider web, extending for dozens of meters. Hiss! What a terrifying destructive power! Everyone in the audience gasped, and their brows were tightly knitted together. Imperial Martial Academy's Luo Mingshang slightly frowned. She did not know why, but she was a little worried about the young figure on the stage. Of course, this concern was purely because Chu Hen had helped her before. Brother Chu Hen. Yi Yao gripped the corner of her clothes tightly with both hands and bit her lips. She was extremely worried. The shock wave produced by the fusion of the 2 forces was enough to kill any Wu Xiao in the natal opening realm. Previously, in the eyes of countless people, Chu Hen was definitely going to die. However, to everyone's surprise, the young figure was still in the circle of violent forces, and his slender figure was as straight as a spear. Then there was another loud bang. The space trembled, and the airwaves trembled. The ball of golden light in front of Chu Hen suddenly shattered, exploding into countless crystal fragments that scattered wantonly in the air. Everyone's expression changed again, and they immediately understood what was going on. Chu Hen had used the artifact spirit of the illusionary spirit bell as a shield to block the golden light shadow from the two destructive forces. As expected, the illusionary spirit bell's artifact spirit was nowhere to be seen on the stage, and Chu Hen was still standing there unscathed. In this way, not only had the illusionary spirit bell been destroyed, but its artifact spirit had also been destroyed. The audience shook their heads helplessly and lamented, but most of them were gloating. The people of St. Bell City had mixed feelings. Originally, it was just a transaction between the Marshall houses and the Marshall houses. They had not expected things to go out of control again and again. Now, the entire illusionary spirit bell had been destroyed. Of course, Chu Hen had done that purely because he had no other choice. Chu Hen's life was spared. Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, Yao, and all the teachers and students from Tensei Prefecture breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that he was fine. This guy, he scared me to death. Mu Feng rubbed his chest with a slightly panicked look on his face. Sigh, it's a pity that the illusionary spirit bell's artifact spirit was destroyed just like that. Li Hui sighed. It's fine as long as he's fine. Zhou Lu added. But those two bastards are really ruthless to do such a shameless thing. Teacher, Zui Emo shook his head, sighing that they were still too young. In the eyes of ordinary people, Wei Qingfan and Xin Yunqi's actions were a little inappropriate. But in the eyes of the teachers, not only were their methods not wrong, they were actually very correct. After all, in this situation, Chu Hen was standing on the stage as their opponent. Since they were opponents, they had to do their best to defeat the other party or weaken the other party's strength. There was no doubt that if Chu Hen had obtained the illusionary spirit bell's artifact spirit, it would definitely be of great help to him in the future. In this case, choosing to destroy the artifact spirit was a good strategy to lose both sides. Although he did not obtain the treasure himself, making his opponent's cooked duck fly away from his mouth was also a tactic. However, while the audience was admiring Xin Yunqi and Wei Qingfan's actions and lamenting over the destruction of the illusionary spirit bell's artifact spirit, no one noticed that there was a faint glow floating around Chu Hen. That wisp of obscure luster was like a wisp of faint water ripples and mist. It quietly merged into Chu Hen's body. This scene was extremely obscure, so much so that even Chu Hen himself did not notice it. A biting cold wind suddenly swept out from the surface of the stage, lifting up a corner of Chu Hen's clothes. He stood where he was, and his gaze was filled with endless coldness. Although the illusionary spirit bell's artifact spirit had blocked the two terrifying destructive forces just now, Chu Hen was not unscathed. His clothes were a lot messy, and there was a small wound on his handsome face from the aftermath of the collision of forces. Immediately afterward, a cold aura uncontrollably spread out from Chu Hen's body, and the young man's firm outline became unusually fierce. The expressions of the people below the stage changed. What was this guy trying to do? Phew! Chu Hen's eyelids lifted, and his eyes surged with endless coldness as he shot straight at Wei Qingfan, who was in front of him. This was anger that came from his bones. Xin Yunqi's action of destroying the illusionary spirit bell made Chu Hen angry, but compared to Wei Qingfan, it was not worth mentioning. The one Wei Qingfan wanted to destroy was Chu Hen. He wanted to take his own life. Rage, absolute rage. This had already reached an unbearable point for Chu Hen. Brother Chu Hen. Seeing this, Yi Yao below the stage was worried. Yi Yu was the opposite. A disdainful sneer appeared on her face, and she said in her heart, "You are asking to be humiliated by going against Wei Qingfan." Facing Chu Hen's angry and cold gaze, Wei Qingfan had a face of indifference and disdain. Raising both of his arms, he shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm sorry, I accidentally destroyed the item in your hands. His disdainful voice was full of joy and contentment. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a metal vibration sounded, and the demon Punisher's spear suddenly appeared in Chu Hen's hand. He raised the tip of the spear, and the sharp blade was flashing, pointing at Wei Qingfan in front of him. Chapter 147. Little dog Wei, I'm going to skin you alive today. Accompanied by a burst of heavy metallic vibrations, a cold spear with black patterns on it astonishingly appeared in Chu Hen's hand. The tip of the spear was high up, and it flickered with a sharp light. The sharp tip of the spear was pointed at Wei Qingfan in front of him. Chu Hen's words were like needles, piercing the eardrums of everyone present. The aura that was released from his body was as cold as a sharp knife, emitting a bone-chilling coldness. However, after a short moment of shock, the crowd below the stage burst into an uproar. The chaos was filled with all kinds of contemptuous sneers. It was said by a 6-stage origin opening realm martial artist to a core transformation realm martial artist. What a joke, what a joke. Arrogant, ignorant arrogance. Too ignorant. Did this guy become stupid from anger? A student from Tifeng province mocked disdainfully. Really stupid. He actually dared to provoke senior brother Wei Qingfan. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Wei Qingfan can kill him with one finger. Senior brother Wei, kill him. Let him know how ridiculous he is now. Not only did the students of the Emperor Wind Martial House feel that Chu Hen's actions were stupid beyond measure, even the genius students of the other high-ranked martial houses felt that Chu Hen had gone mad from anger. In his rage, he did such an extremely irrational action. Interesting. Imperial Martial Academy's core instructor, Red Lotus, chuckled lightly. Instructor, don't you think he's very bold? Luo Mengchang suddenly said. Bold? Red Lotus's eyes flashed with a hint of frivolity. He's quite stupid. This kind of person dies early. As Red Lotus spoke, the scene from before appeared in her mind. In the Wu Hen illusory array, Chu Hen almost disregarded his own life and stood in front of Shilon. If it wasn't for Red Lotus's carelessness, Chu Hen would not have survived until now. At this thought, Red Lotus subconsciously glanced at Tensei Prefecture. The purple-haired beauty stood quietly on the spot. There wasn't much worry on her elegant and refined face. On the contrary, the other people in Tensei Prefecture were at a loss of what to do. Chu Hen is too mischievous. He can't control his temper. How could he be a match for Wei Qingfan? Zhou Lu was anxious and angry. Is that guy really that formidable? Mu Feng pointed at Wei Qingfan on the stage. Zhou Lu nodded without hesitation. Few people in the capital dare to provoke Wei Qingfan. Chu Hen is too reckless this time. Mentor Shilon, Mentor Zuemo, hurry up and stop him. Zuemo frowned and turned to look at Shilon. However, Shilon was indifferent. Her red lips moved slightly and she replied calmly, I want to see his true strength. True strength? Everyone was stunned and shook their heads in their hearts. Even Mentor Shilon was starting to act recklessly. A cold gust of wind swept across the stage. The other genius students on the stage consciously retreated far away or returned to the bottom of the stage. Plum Blossom Swordshin Yunqi watched this scene with interest. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he followed the others to the side of the stage. In an instant, Chu Hen and Wei Qingfan were like two clock towers facing each other. The air was filled with anxiety. The battle was about to begin. The mentors from Difeng and Tianxing did not stop them. Clan leader Lei Shur of St. Bell City also did not say anything. This meant that everyone present had tacitly agreed to this battle. A level 6 elemental opening stage versus a core transformation stage. This was a confrontation without any suspense. Even so, Chu Hen's aura was no weaker than anyone else's. Wei Qingfan's face revealed a thick, mocking smile. There was clearly a lot of disdain in his eyes. Are you in such a hurry to die? Humph, isn't this exactly what you want? Wong. Before he finished speaking, a thick black light was released from Chu Hen's body. It was like the black light of the 9 underworld flames, rapidly climbed up the demon slayer spear. The piercingly cold aura shocked everyone present. Anyone could see that Chu Hen was not just saying it. Wei Qingfan laughed again. His laughter was filled with contempt. Then his tone changed and his eyes turned cold. A vast and mighty killing intent burst out like a spring river. Ha 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 ha. Since you are in such a hurry, how can I not fulfill your wish? Wang. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong surging golden light rose from Wei Qingfan's body. The dazzling light was like a bright sun. His body moved, leaving an afterimage on the spot, and he flew towards Chu Hen like an arrow leaving the bow. Just you wait. I'll let you know just how stupid your actions were. The powerful pressure of a core transformation stage expert was like a mountain. The piercingly cold wind caused many people around to take a few steps back. This aura. TSK. Chu Hen really kicked an iron plate. He asked for it. Who can he blame? While everyone was exclaiming in surprise, Chu Hen had already made his move. Facing the menacing Wei Qingfan, Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. The demon slayer spear that was swallowing and spitting out black light tore through the air and thrust forward. Bang! A heavy vibration pierced through the ears like a thunderstorm. Wei Qingfan's right palm actually directly collided with the tip of the demon punisher spear. A mass of scattered true essence exploded in midair, but the black light on the demon punisher spear was shaken back several times. Chu Hen's palm unconsciously became numb, and his feet continuously retreated. In their first confrontation, Chu Hen lived up to everyone's expectations and fell into a disadvantageous position. The sneers on the faces of the people below the stage became even more obvious. Is this all you've got? Wei Qingfan laughed coldly. Don't be happy too early. Chu Hen stomped the ground with one foot, and a cold ice, profound cold qi spread out from his body. It continuously condensed into ice on the ground and attacked Wei Qingfan. Subsequently, Chu Hen formed a seal with one hand, and the cold ice, profound cold qi rose like a shocking wave. In an instant, an ice curtain was formed between the two of them. The ice curtain was more than 5 meters tall, and it blocked between Chu Hen and Wei Qingfan like an ice shield. Long Xuanxuang, who was in the Bright Moon Academy's area, had a ripple in her beautiful eyes, and a trace of astonishment appeared in them. Chu Hen could actually control the power of ice. Previously, Long Xuanxuang had an ice martial body, and later, it evolved into an ice soul battle body bloodline boundary. With her understanding of the power of ice, she could naturally see that the power Chu Hen displayed did not originate from the power of the bloodline boundary. In that case, he could only use martial arts to change the attribute of his true origin energy. But compared to the attribute of true origin energy changed by martial arts, the ice profound cold qi that Chu Hen controlled was much more domineering. Long Xuanxuang could not see through this younger brother of hers, who was not related by blood more and more. The little guy who followed behind her every day when they were young had now grown to such an extent. She could not help but sigh. Crackle! The speed at which the ice curtain condensed was extremely fast, and the cold air that it emitted was unusually cold. Insignificant skill. Wei Qingfan sneered disdainfully. A lively golden light lingered on his arm, and he clenched one of his hands into a fist and directly punched the ice curtain in front of him. Bang! The deafening aura caused the entire stage to tremble. A surging shockwave swept out like a stormy sea. That dazzling golden glow blossomed like fireworks. The ice curtain that was erected in front of the two of them was shattered by Wei Qingfan's punch. The chilly air waves spread in all directions, and the ice crystal fragments fluttered in the air. Whoosh! In the next second, a sharp cold spear directly pierced through the messy flying ice crystal fragments, and directly pierced towards Wei Qingfan's throat. This spear's power was terrifying, and its attack was like lightning. Many people below the arena felt their hearts in their throats. It had to be said that Chu Hen's move, Flower in the Fog, was practical and beautiful. However, Wei Qingfan was not an ordinary person. With his core, transformation stage cultivation base, how could he not defend against this move? Humph! I'll let you see how big the gap between us is. Before his voice faded, Wei Qingfan directly used his left hand to block his throat, and the lively golden light quickly condensed into a small vortex of true energy in his palm. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and the tip of the demon-punishing spear once again landed on Wei Qingfan's palm. The scattered golden light dispersed like water ripples, and Chu Hen's attack seemed to have collided with an iron plate, and it was difficult for it to penetrate any further. Hua! The entire arena was in an uproar. Wei Qingfan is Wei Qingfan, and he is not someone that can be offended by any Tom, Dick, or Harry. The gap between their realms is too big, and the strength of their true energy is on a completely different level. There is no way for him to fight. Senior Brother Wei, don't waste time and quickly end it. The various voices below the arena were basically praising Wei Qingfan and belittling Chu Hen. This kind of contest on a completely different level was indeed not suspenseful. At least, this was what the majority of people thought. In the Tifeng province region, looking at Chu Hen, who was repeatedly thwarted by Wei Qingfan, Yu's face revealed a somewhat cold smile. Humph, you brought this upon yourself. Buzz, buzz! The black light on the demon-punishing spear continuously collided with the golden light in Wei Qingfan's palm. Just when everyone thought that Chu Hen could not even break through his opponent's defense, something unexpected happened. Hua! The black flames surged out of Chu Hen's body like a tidal wave and quickly climbed up the body of the demon-punishing spear. Chu Hen's true energy instantly became extremely tyrannical, and its strength increased by several times. What? Wei Qingfan's expression changed slightly. Ha! I said not to be happy too early, young Master Wei. Bang! The sharp spear light blossomed with a manic killing intent, and the power that originated from the tip of the spear increased by several times. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the golden energy vortex in Wei Qingfan's palm exploded. Bang!